Part 20. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 193. Being kissed. After they separated, Tianhai Julie Yulai lowered her eyebrows shyly in front of him. Her eyelashes were deeply dark, her lowered eyes, and her shy lips pursed as if to hide from others, made her look docile and more bright and moving. Sakaki Hararaku didn't come back to his senses, and as he looked at it, there was obviously another blush on Amami Kuruuri's cheeks. She took the initiative to kiss herself. What does this mean? What does her behavior mean? What should I say to her now? Should he touch his nose in embarrassment and say nothing, or should he look away from his face in embarrassment? Awkward. While there was still a sweet taste lingering on his lips, there was only an embarrassment that made the air burn. Should I say something? What are you going to say? Obviously, Tianhai Julie Yulai was also in an extremely embarrassed state. She asked doubtfully. Isn't it usually the man's duty to say something at this time? No, no need. It's me. If I do this suddenly, you won't be bothered, right? Of course not. Then the two of them exchanged a few simple words and then nothing happened. The two of them turned their heads at the same time, not looking at each other again. I really don't know what to say at this time. Julie Yulai recently wanted to have some physical contact with her, but taking the initiative to kiss her was still a bit too bold for her. Plus, this was her first kiss. Sakaki Hararaku doesn't have the ability to read minds and doesn't know what Julie Yulai is thinking. But this was her first time kissing a boy, so she must be much more nervous than she was, right? And Julie Yulai will be shy when she is nervous. Once Julie Yulai, who is usually generous and gentle, becomes shy, she will become very clingy, special and cute. Thinking of this, Sakaki Hararaku also had the idea of wanting to see her again. When he turned around, Sakakibara saw the pair of Amami Kuruyuri's pairs cramped in front of her skirt, as if she was shrinking uneasily. There was a shy cuteness in her blush, and she was embarrassed, beautiful and lovable. Sakaki Hararaku was able to fixate her mind at a glance. Her kiss seemed to express that she liked herself very much, right? Until returning home from school in the afternoon, Sakaki Hararaku was still recalling that episode. It seems that there is still a hint of soft sweetness lingering on the lips. Since just now, you have been staring out of the car window, motionless. What are you thinking about? In the train, Amami Nanamajetsu, who was holding the hanging ring with one hand, asked Sakaki Hararaku indifferently. The setting sun was hidden among the fiery red clouds, and the light shining down bathed the entire carriage in shimmering warm colors. Sakaki Hararaku's face was also illuminated by these lights, but his eyes were far away and his thoughts were drifting into the distance. Amidst the clatter of the track, Raku Sakakibara, whose mind was not here, failed to hear the question from Nanami. What? After a while, Sakakibara turned his eyes to Amami face again, and the shadow of Amami Jurili suddenly overlapped with hers. What's on your mind? This is a secret. Tianhai Kaimingyu withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. No need to guess, it has something to do with my mother in the afternoon. I saw her driving away very angry. Did she go to see you? Sakaki Hara asked. No, it doesn't do her any good at all to see me. Tianhai Chi Minjiu held the hanging ring with one hand and the small skullbag strap on the side of her chest with the other hand. So, what happened to you and your sister this afternoon? Why do you ask this? I need information, don't I? Sakaki Hara did not choose to answer her, but chose to remain silent. Obviously, he didn't want to tell Chi Minjiu about this. Seeing that he was not talking to her, Tianhai Kaimingyu also chose to remain silent. She lowered her head and said nothing, looking at the small leather shoes under her skirt and the rays of the setting sun that kept flickering on the small leather shoes as the tram moved. Shirogane Takanawa Station has arrived, Shirogane Takanawa Station has arrived. Raku Sakakibara told Nanami that they were going to buy groceries and got off the tram. But as soon as he walked out of the station and stepped onto the overpass illuminated by the setting sun, he found that Nanami had followed him. "You want to go to the supermarket too?" "No," Tian Haikaiminyu stood beside him and asked him. "It's okay, but if you want to buy something, just say no to me. You did this before." "I don't have enough potato chips, I'll buy some. As for why I didn't ask you to bring some today, it's simple. I need more, and you can't carry it alone." "Oh, that's okay." Sakakibara looked at the small face that Nanami looked at, and there was a faint feeling in her heart that she did not do it for this purpose. But if she wants to follow, she can follow, and that's okay. "Come to the supermarket." Pushing the cart, Sakakibara went to the fruit section first to pick out the papaya that Suzu wanted, and then went to the milk section to pick out fresh milk. Good tasting milk is pasteurized and has a short shelf life, usually only 2 or 3 days. Not counting my uncle and my mother who come back to eat occasionally, the amount required for breakfast for a family of 4 needs to be purchased every day. Say, papaya milk can really enlarge breasts. Maybe you can enlarge your breasts by touching them a few more times. Haha, Xiaoqiu likes to joke. After buying milk, Sakakibara followed Nanamayu to the snack area to buy potato chips. As she said, she bought a bunch of them. "Won't your mouth get scratched if you eat too many potato chips? Just eat slowly." "Oh, then why does Chi Minjio like to eat potato chips?" Sakakibara looked at her back under her long flaxen hair and carrying a small school bag. Tian Haikaiminyu calmed down, held a bag of potato chips, turned her back to him and replied. "Don't ask. There's no why." After buying potato chips, Nanami followed Sakakibara Raku and watched as he first bought potatoes, then some meat, and then went around to buy cheese. "Potatoes baked with cheese? Huh? You know. This is my sister's favorite dish. Julie Yulai said she wanted to eat this today, so I'll help her make it." "You are so kind to your sister." "Well, that's because of this time." Sakakibara turned around to look at her, and suddenly found that she was holding the shoulder strap of her small school bag with both hands, staring closely at him. Is she jealous? "What do you want to eat today?" Sakakibara asked. "What's this? Pity. Or are you planning to use 2 boats?" Tian Haikaiminyu replied. "Don't think too much, I'm just asking you what you want to eat." "Scumbag. Be a scumbag," Raku Sakakibara sighed. "Anyway, after being forcefully kissed by you and having that kind of dream about you, I'm already a scumbag. You like me, just say no." "I admit, I kind of like you, but maybe it's because you and Julie Yulai look so similar. Do you think I will still be angry because of your simple method of provoking a general? I will not give up. 7 bright moons. Even if you get back together with your sister, you scumbag will cheat sooner or later. I don't want to say more about the rest." Tian Haikaiminyu picked up a large bag of potato chips she bought from the cart alone and went to the self-service checkout counter at the other end to check out. Seeing the contrast between her cold expression and holding a large bag of potato chips, Sakakibara laughed instead. "Check out, pay, go home." Dinner was the same as before, but Aling was wondering whether drinking papaya milk during this period would have any effect. If you want to comment on Sakakibara Raku, with her 3-inch tablet, you can't tell the difference without taking off her clothes. "I'm still wearing a vest now?" But Sakakibara Raku didn't dare to say this in front of her, wouldn't he be hammered to death? Tian Julie Yulai's condition seemed to have become much more normal, but because her face was red, she couldn't have dinner with everyone, so she could only find an excuse to hide in her room. "Do your homework. Review and preview." I stretched, drank some water, and took a shower. After rinsing his mouth, Sakakibara went to bed on time at 11:30, turned off the lights and went to sleep. The lights are turned off, night is approaching, and the last train outside the window is far away. Even so, Sakakibara Raku still couldn't sleep. He held the back of his head with both hands, and the image of Juliuli being slapped by his aunt this afternoon was lingering in his mind. That slap was very loud, so loud that it felt like a hard slap to the heart. How did Juliuli feel when her mother blamed her like this? Sad. Well, it must be very sad. Sakakihara believes that no one is willing to face the feeling that no matter how much effort they put in, they still only get false responses. To give an inappropriate example, who wants to get a blank check after working for the boss for a month? Juliuli did so much because he just wanted a sincere response from his mother. I just want Bertha to take a serious look at her and take her out to play for a while. She has grown up so big, it seems that she has never had a good outing, right? I took them out for their birthday last time. They all seemed to be very curious about the birthday outing. And during the last fireworks display, Tianhai Juliuli couldn't hide the smile on her face. Raku Sakakihara suddenly figured it out. No wonder Juliuli would say that she really liked herself before she forgave her. 9-colored glaze. 9-colored glaze. 9-colored glaze. Sakakibara held the back of his head and looked at the ceiling, thinking about her name. Her generous look, shy look, and embarrassed look after taking the initiative to kiss her today all emerged. Of course, the most distressing thing was the way she buried her face after being scolded by her mother. Uncle Tianhai didn't go home today, and I don't know if he taught Bertha a lesson? Sakakibara glanced at the pocket watch placed by the bedside and found that it was already 12:30, so he prepared to go to sleep. He turned sideways, pulled an extra pillow between his legs, and began to fall asleep. But as he fell asleep, he suddenly felt someone crawling under his bed. This familiar feeling made Sakakibara suddenly open his eyes and turn to look over. Well, the familiar face is indeed Tianhai Kaiminyu. This has happened so many times, it's really intolerable. Chi Minjiu, I said you dash. Nissan. It's me. Juliuli. Sakakihara looked carefully and waited for a long time before seeing some red marks on the girl's face in the faint moonlight. After all, I actually got the two sisters wrong. Hug, sorry, I thought it was Chi Minjiu. It doesn't matter. Well, it's so late, come on. Mainly, I can't sleep. I always feel empty inside. I can't sleep well, so I want to come to you. Want to sleep together? Yeah, no, it's not that, I just wanted to. Tianhai Juliuli was embarrassed to look at him. I just wanted to thank you for helping me this afternoon and say thank you sincerely. But didn't you say thank you this afternoon? And I didn't do anything. It's really nothing. Sakakihara Raku has always been a little annoyed that he couldn't go up and slap his aunt in return. Although this is not very realistic. No, even if Nissan thinks it's nothing, it is still very important to me. And you helped me get a mask to cover the marks on my face, made me delicious dinner, and gave me words of encouragement. When Tianhai Juliuli said this, he spoke very slowly, very slowly. You are also willing to give me a hug so that I can lean on you and cry for a while. It's all trivial things. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to be close to you. It was the same way last time, but this time it's stronger. I really want to talk to you, chat with you, and I really want you to hug me again. Give me a hug. Tianhai Juliuli looked directly at him. She was obviously lying on the bed next to her, lying on a boy's bed, but when she looked over, her eyes were purer than anyone else's. She was also seeking her own opinion. Sakakibara was still a little hesitant at first, but when he thought about how he had hugged her for so long this afternoon, It would be okay to hug her like this at night, right? So, he reached out his hand to the girl. Is that okay? Well, it's just a hug, it's nothing. Seeing that he understood what he meant, Tianhai approached him happily and shyly. At the same time, Sakakihara felt that the girl in front of him was extraordinarily beautiful. From the moment he looked at him, he felt how shy and cute her face was. The bridge of the nose is exquisite and clear, the soft lips are small and tightly closed, the cheeks are perfectly outlined as if by a paintbrush, and the eyebrows of the two sky blue eyes are not raised very straight because of shame, but they can still be seen glowing brightly. She leaned into her arms with happiness and shame. As if he felt very comfortable, he pressed his face against it. This deep dependence, this warmth of being close in bed. Sakakihara Raku couldn't help but feel comfortable. Her body is so small and soft, and it feels so comfortable when the palms of my hands pinch the exposed delicate skin of her shoulders. Yuli seemed to really like hugging her. The feeling of smelling her fragrant body fragrance and holding her soft body in your arms can make your heart feel peaceful and comfortable. Don't you feel hot? No. Tianhai Yuli buried herself in his arms and said with a shrinking body. Does your face still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. I seem to have asked some unnecessary questions. It's okay, please talk to me more. Yuli, you seem to always like to use honorifics. Does it mean you respect me? Well, respect and like. Unknowingly, Sakakihara Raku found himself in a state of staring at each other with Amamikururi again. There was a bit of dependence, a bit of sweetness, a bit of fondness, and a bit of shame in her shiny eyes. The moonlight was obviously blocked by dark clouds, but when it fell on her face through the window, the outline of her face became clear and her eyes became brighter. It looks even cuter. But when Raku Sakakihara noticed her moist and shiny cherry-colored lips, he reacted instantly. This reaction generated a numbing current in the mind, and as soon as it flashed through the head, the memory was lost. Sakakibara came to his senses and found that he had taken the initiative to kiss her. With his eyes closed, he felt that it was mellow and soft that he had never experienced before. The more intense electric current in the back of his head stimulated his lips to move slightly, and a sweet fragrance melted in his mouth. Their lips met, and Sakakihara was already above him before he knew it, and his fingers were interlocked, pressing down on the other's small hand. Although Tianhai Yuli was a little timid, she had no intention of refusing, but the uneasiness in her heart made her clench the fingers that the other party pushed back. And experience the sweet smell like honey coming from your lips. I couldn't help but hold my breath. When Sakakihara Raku finally came to his senses, he realized that Amamikururi was already lying on his pillow. She was panting lightly, her cheeks were shy and red, and her beautiful collarbone on her thin pajamas was clearly visible. Feel sorry. Sakakihara couldn't bear to look at her. Tianhai Yuli was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to respond. If I remember correctly, he took the initiative to kiss himself just now, right? Really sorry. No, it doesn't matter. Am I a little too tough? Not at all. I see you're still a little scared. Yes, I'm a little shy, but it's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I've never done this kind of thing before, so I'm very, very embarrassed. Really, Raku Sakakihara wanted to say that he actually had a bit of it, but for some reason, he couldn't say it. Yeah, and I quite like this too. After Tianhai Yuli said this, he was so embarrassed that he pulled the quilt over and covered his face. She is really shy. Sakakihara Raku still felt a little guilty after taking the initiative to kiss her. Don't know why, but there it is. This feeling of guilt made me want to take responsibility for the girl in front of me who was hiding under the quilt. Sakakibara reached out and pulled away the quilt covering her, and Amamikururi's face was revealed again. She saw Sakakibara above her and said in a panic. Well, I'd better go back to sleep today. It's up to you, but I have something to say to Julie Yuli. Yeah, I'm listening. How about we try to fall in love again? Is the reconciliation official? Yes, officially reconciled. After hearing this, Tianhai Julie Yuli hid her face in the quilt again for some unknown reason. Seeing her ostrich-like behavior, Sakakibara could only feel her cuteness. While feeling relaxed, he jokingly said, "Would you like to kiss for a while longer?" There was movement from the quilt. Unexpectedly, she agreed. Sakakibara's heart beat again, and he didn't know why he felt excited at the thought of being able to kiss her for a while longer. "But you have to cover yourself with a quilt," she said. "Are you shy? After all, it's kissing. Today is my first time." As she spoke, she hid her face deeper in the quilt again. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 194. If there is anything in the past few days that Sakakibara Raku will never forget, then it was the fragrance of Tianhai Julie Yuli that slowly spread in his nose after waking up that morning. Now Sakakibara Raku can still recall the scene when she woke up early, her hazy sleeping face leaning in his arms, her soft hair, which can be smoothed from top to bottom and from the root of her hair with just a slight stroke of her hand to the end of hair. That sleeping look that wants to be nestled in her arms, that face that is within reach, makes people want to look at her more. The relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend has been restored secretly for the time being. But overall, there haven't been any big changes in the past few days. Daily life is still daily life, life is still life. In other words, Tianhai Julie Yuli began to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally from that day on. It's not that he is hiding from himself in the true sense, but when he sees himself, he can't help but turn his eyes to the other side, looking a little nervous. She looks like this. Although Sakakibara Raku is a person who doesn't know how to fall in love at all, he can still understand that Kuruori is embarrassed. Alas, why not myself? Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to kiss her, and then go under the covers to kiss her again after the kiss? Make yourself look like a pervert. After calming down, you will realize that this is really a kiss that got heated up. There is no sense at all. I wonder if Julie Yuli is avoiding me because she is afraid of kissing her? In this way, under this kind of seeming presence and absence, wanting to get close but maintaining a certain distance, the temperature ushered in another drop in temperature after the cultural festival. Oh, it's starting to snow. Raku Sakakibara looked toward the school from the balcony at home. Snowflakes were falling aimlessly. The colorless and transparent sky dyed the entire city white. It was so beautiful that it was beyond words. Rubbing his hands together, he could even spit out streams of warmth from his mouth. Nissan, do you want to go out together and buy some clothes for everyone? Buying clothes, Sakakibara turned around and found that it was Amami Kuruori who had just gotten up. She was standing indoors with the air conditioner on, her legs under her skirt were slender and fair. Raku Sakakibara looked up at the sky, speaking of which, it seems that the temperature has dropped earlier this year. It's good to buy some clothes in advance, but isn't it too early to go now? Nanamijayo and Aling are probably still sleeping. Amami Kuruori glanced towards the bedroom corridor, then looked back, looking at Sakakibara Raku again with bright eyes. Sakakibara laughed dumbly. It's like an underground love affair. Okay, let's go when we're ready. In the past, Raku Sakakibara would go out shopping for clothes alone during this time. Now that I have one more person to accompany me, it seems pretty good. Moreover, the person accompanying him is Julie Yuli. Walking with her, maybe the snow in Tokyo will look much better? Nissan, wait a moment. I'll go back to the room and change clothes. Well, okay, I'll go back and change into some clothes for going out. It took less than 10 minutes for Sakakibara Raku to change his clothes. When he walked out, Amamikuruori's room was still closed. It seems that he hasn't finished changing his clothes yet. It's understandable that girls should go slower when going out. Chi Minjio's room is also closed, so she should still be resting. Not to mention Aling. She could stay in bed all day in the cold weather. I have to carry food to her for her. Sakakihara was happy to see that she was so tired from practicing her voice, so he just gave in to her. Whatever she wants to eat is cooked for her, and if there are no ingredients at home, she goes out to buy them. Amamikuruori changed clothes for nearly half an hour, during which Sakakihara Raku sat in the living room and checked his mobile phone. After she changed her clothes and walked out, the two of them went downstairs together. In the plummeting temperature, the two got on the elevator going downstairs. In such a small space where the two of them were alone, Sakakibara turned his head and glanced at Amamikuruori beside him. Quiet, cute, and graceful, the girl is as beautiful as ever. She wore a long brown pleated skirt and a light yellow belted coat on her upper body. Her flaxen hair tails were scattered on both sides of her shoulders. Her neck was also wrapped with a thick scarf. Half of her beautiful little face was buried inside. A cute outfit full of winter warmth. If you look closely, you can also see that she is wearing a beret. She also carefully braided a rather delicate French princess braid on the side of her hair. Looking up through her crystal clear ears, one could see at a glance the careful preparations she had made for this outing. I'm obviously just going out to buy some clothes, why do I need to be so particular? When Sakakibara looked towards her, Amamikuruori noticed his gaze and reached out to pull the hair in front of her ears. It seemed like she was arranging her hair, but also like she was using it to cover her face, deliberately hiding her shame. Very nice. Intentionally or unintentionally, but in short, Sakakihara Raku said the words of praise like this by some coincidence. Ah! Thank you for the compliment. With a ding sound, the elevator reached the first floor, and the two of them immediately walked out of the apartment tower. The outside world was colder than expected. A slight bit of cold wind blew over, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he couldn't help but want to move his shoulders. It's a little colder outside than expected. Sakakihara rubbed his hands and spit out white mist as he spoke. Tianhaijuli Yulai took out a pair of white plush gloves from the small white bag on her waist. There was a white plush ball under the gloves, which should be a decorative item. This is for Nissan. Because I didn't see any trademarks, coupled with the unique textile feel, and the fact that Tianhaijuli Yulai has always locked herself in the room for no reason in the past few days. Sakakibara guessed it right away. Did you knit it yourself? Yes, she nodded. Sakakihara put on the gloves. After putting them on, the thumb seemed a bit long and slightly uncomfortable, but the overall performance was very warm. Sorry, I'm a bit stupid because it's my first time knitting. Tianhaijuli Yulai blushed and said shyly. Looking at this warm appliance in my hand, it seems that not only my hands are warm, my heart is also a lot warmer. You have to ask why, because this is the first time a girl has given herself a gift that she knitted with her own hands. Then he looked at her, half hiding her face in front of him. My heart is more or less warm. It doesn't matter. Don't you think this is good, Juliuri? Sakakihara smiled, took the gloves in front of her, looked at them, and moved his thumbs. Maybe it was because the longer thumb moved a little funny. Tianhaijuli Yulai laughed. She smiled softly, which made Sakakihara feel more or less different from her usual smile. I can't say what's different about it. But I feel like she is very happy, very happy. It's good if you can use it. We waited for the arrival of the tram in the snowy weather. There were many people on the tram, and most people were unwilling to walk outside on this day. After entering the tram, it is not very convenient to talk. Sakakihara Raku and Amamikuruori stood together, each holding the rings in their respective positions. Raku Sakakihara looked out the window normally. Tianhaijuli Yulai secretly glanced at his side face from time to time, fearing that he would be discovered, so he usually turned back in a panic. After hesitating for a moment, she took a breath and gathered her courage. He took a step towards Sakakibara Rakucha, and then used his hand wearing a plush glove to hook him. Then Tianhaijuli Yulai found that he was being held. This is considered a formal hand-holding after a formal relationship, right? Tianhaijuli Yulai lowered his head, not embarrassed to look at him, but thinking of this, he felt inexplicably happy. He also likes himself. Well, he likes himself. The girl murmured to herself, and on the snowy tram, her cheeks were quietly dyed a cherry color. After getting off the train, we arrived at a high-end clothing store in Ginza. Tianhaijuli Yulai carefully selected sets of clothes for him, and would bring each piece in front of him for him to try on. Then he discussed with the shop assistant for a long time, trying to get him to try different styles. Sakakihara's hospitality is hard to resist. And every time, she would be very close, her beautiful face was within easy reach, and the fragrance of flaxen hair would come to her nostrils. Actually, there's no need to be so careful, he said. There was probably something wrong with these words, and it seemed that the girl in front of him had misunderstood. Tianhaijuli Yulai stopped holding the clothes and raised his eyes. Is this going to annoy you? Sakakihara Raku quickly explained, of course not. Of course not. What I mean is that Kuruori is too serious. For me, the pressure of this concern is too heavy. Sakakibara smiles. Does buying clothes also feel heavy? It's really heavy. You pay too much attention to details. How can I put it this way? It makes me feel inferior to you. But I like you, he blurted out. Only when Amamai Kuruori came back to her senses did she realize what shameful words she had said. She pinched the coat given to Sakakibara Raku, lowered her eyebrows, and said softly, if I like you, I won't care about whether I can compare with you or not. 9 Glaze. Tianhaijuli Yulai lifted up the clothes in his hands and covered half of his face, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes. For me, your existence is very important. I really like you holding me. I really like the caring words you said to me, and I really like the food you cooked for me. These words of Amamai Kuruori made Sakakibara Raku's heart choke. It wasn't the uncomfortable kind of congestion, but the fact that her appearance was so cute that it gave people a heart attack. You are the person closest to me now, and the person I want to be close to the most. Every day, every night when I go to bed, I actually think about wanting you to hold me, but I am embarrassed to go to you. The way Amamai Kuruori spoke made Sakakibara so excited that he wanted to turn his head away and did not dare to look at her. Sakakihara took a long time to calm down. We are officially dating now. Well, I promised it before. Kuruori, how does it show if you like your boyfriend? Sakakihara asked uncertainly. As a man, he wanted to take the initiative, but he was afraid that Juliuli wouldn't like it. Maybe she just likes to be hugged by myself? I've never been in love, so I don't know. A proactive one. It's okay to be proactive. I understand, although Tianhaijuli Yulai is sometimes very proactive and generous, generally speaking, she is still a very shy person. She is the kind of girl who blushes whenever she holds hands. No. I can't do this anymore. Since you are a boyfriend, you have to act like a boyfriend. After buying clothes later, should we go shopping in the mall again? Okay, she agreed. Shopping alone with Juliuli is a wonderful experience. Because outside, her temperament has always been that of a lady, quiet and beautiful. Whether she is shopping or choosing clothes, she is as beautiful as a princess. Her beauty also attracted a lot of attention. But once she gets close to her, she becomes extremely shy, the kind of shy person who doesn't dare to look at people and buries half of her face in her scarf. Drinking the milk tea he bought for himself, Tianhaijuli Yulai, who was sitting next to the window seat, asked him quietly. What was your impression of me when we first met? Well, of course you were very angry when you lost the wages you had saved for half a year. Raku Sakakibara recalled Tianhaijuri's reckless appearance. I still remember that cell phone jumped and flew towards the train, and then you kept apologizing to me, and my anger disappeared a lot when you raised your face. I realized that this was the first time I saw such a beautiful girl. I heard you apologize again and give me the full amount. If you pay compensation, you won't be angry anymore. How does it feel? Well, how should I put it? You were wearing a very eye-catching sky blue dress that day. Your skin is white and your face is delicate. I can tell from your slim temperament that you and I are not the same person. You must be. She is the daughter of a wealthy family, but our family has just escaped from the quagmire. Where's the back? Tianhaijuli Yulai asked with a smile. I will meet you again later. I heard that we are going to be brother and sister. I have known for a long time that my mother is dating a successful man, but I didn't expect it to be your father. I still don't feel anything until now. Brothers and sisters should be adopted brothers and sisters. It's a little awkward since we just met, but as we get along slowly we can get to know each other better. But after getting in touch with you, I found that your life is not much different from mine. You even eat quick lunches from convenience stores. After getting in touch with you, I found that you are not so difficult to approach. You are no different from ordinary girls. Tianhaijuli Yulai, because Dad takes us to live alone most of the time. When we first got together, I was actually not too embarrassed to eat the food you cooked. We had to eat it only when my aunt and dad were present. It sounds like Julie Yulai dislikes my cooking. I don't mean that. I just met you and I don't want to trouble you. What about now? Sakakibara asked. I want to eat the food you cooked for me now. Tianhaijuli Yulai fiddled with the body of the milk teacup with her fingers. Sakakibara sat in the opposite seat, coughed twice, and said seriously, first of all, after dating, I must admit that I usually secretly look at Jurili. Where are you looking? Well, the main thing is to look at your legs. I always think you look good when you walk and are very elegant. And also to look at your appearance after you come out of the shower. Of course, I only dare to take a look at them most of the time for fear of being discovered by you. Sakakibara's answer made Amamai Kururi look at her slender legs wearing black stockings. Do boys like to look at legs? Is this not normal? No, I think it's quite cute. Cute? Yeah, isn't it cute for boys who want to look at girls secretly but are too embarrassed to do so? I can feel it a little bit. To put it into perspective, it's the evasive look of girls who want to see boys' abs but are too embarrassed to look at them. Then, what about after taking a shower? Why do you like to watch this? Tianhaijuli Yulai asked again. The main reason is that you will smell particularly good after taking a shower. Tianhaijuli Yulai smiled shyly. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, I'm just happy to know that I'm liked. Tianhaijuli Yulai added, well, since we're dating, should we change our names now? Well, after all, this is an official relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. If you want to change it, I'll call you Li Yulai. After Tianhaijuli Yulai heard him calling her that, he took a sip of the milk tea in the straw. For Julie Yulai, this nickname undoubtedly carries the feeling of doting between a boy and a girl. Then I will call you Lejun from now on. Okay, it sounds very affectionate. But it's a little weird, and I still feel a little reluctant to call you that name you used to call me. Nissan. Yeah, that sounds nice. Let's do this. In front of outsiders, I will call you Lejun, but in private, I will call you Nissan. Tianhaijuli Yulai avoided looking. This shout of Nissan makes people feel itchy. After drinking milk tea, we continued to wander around the large shopping malls in Ginza aimlessly. When encountering a photo sticker machine, Sakakihara Raku was pulled by the hem of his clothes by Amamikuru. Would you like to go and try that? Sure. I went to take a photo shoot with my new girlfriend. Sitting in the small space, the scent of her body hit me directly. There are many functional photos for photo stickers. Sakakibara Raku and Amamikuru don't often use this kind of thing, so they spent a long time before choosing a normal photo with cat ear decorations. Even in the machine, Tianhaijuli Yulai is particularly photogenic. The filming was fine at the beginning, but for some reason, Tianhaijuli Yulai switched to a couple mode. It is said that the photo needs to be taken in various couple poses. The first few just hugged each other and expressed their feelings. But even so, Sakakihara Raku still felt a sense of shame. I don't feel happy when I look at those couples online. But once it happened to him, he and Julie Yulai made a loving gesture to the camera, which was really too forced. This should be considered a first date, right? Drink milk tea, go to the supermarket, and buy her some exquisite little hairpins. Then eat together and chat together. Time is terribly short. When I walked out of Ginza carrying the clothes I bought, the sky was snowing heavily. Sakakihara Raku and Amamikuru came to the tram stop and waited for the tram to come from the other end of the overpass. The tram is coming. Sakakibara Raku was about to call Jurulai, but found that her aura was not right at this time. Tianhaijuli Yulai looked at the sky quietly, his pupils reflecting the sky and steel buildings outside. For a moment, Sakakihara Raku felt like she was like a caged bird, not that she was bound, but that she was like a fragile white bird in a cage, so beautiful in the snow that it was pitiful. Julie Yulai. Tianhaijuli Yulai's eyes returned to light. She smiled at the snow-colored sky, and then turned her head. Her hair was blown by the wind by the approaching tram. Amidst the continuous nailing sound of the tram, she moved her hands carrying the canvas bag of newly purchased clothes. He smiled handsomely. I never thought there would be such a happy day. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 196. When Sakakibara woke up early recently, she discovered that Amamikuru would wear the small hairpin she bought for her, and her long flaxen hair, which was originally just casually scattered at the back, began to be carefully braided. She will get up earlier than herself and say hello to herself every morning when we meet. She also especially likes to help her put on her coat and tie. Every time Sakakihara Raku faced her, he would subconsciously puff up his chest. Reason? The reason is probably to make it easier for her to tie her tie. Maybe so. Sakakibara also liked the moment she raised her eyes after tying her tie. In that moment of staring, he could not only see the gloss in her eyes, but also see his reflection in her eyes. Only then could Sakakibara realize that she was not the elegant eldest daughter of the Amami family, but a shy girl who was only 16 years old. Luli, do you dress like this every day now? Following what I promised that day, I now call her Luli. This nickname is really not something you can become familiar with in just a few days. Well, does this look better than usual? It looks good for sure. Rather, Julie Yulai looks good no matter how she dresses. She has a great foundation, soft and fresh appearance, plus a little bit of distinctive Western features, hair and eyes. The current Julie Yulai gives people a light and fresh feeling, and the French princess braids on both sides like wheat ears make her temperament even more special. She is quiet, sensible, and kind, and she always dresses appropriately, elegantly, and meticulously. Everyone who walks on the street will have a good impression of her at a glance. This makes Sakakihara always doubt is she really his girlfriend, when walking with her. It will more or less add a little bit of unreality to my heart. Fortunately, This sense of unreality can be eliminated by holding hands. Tianhaijuli Yulai also likes to take the initiative to lead her. Each time she grasped it, she gently grasped it back deeper. 5 slender fingers reluctantly dug into Sakaki Hararaku's palm. Of course, such changes in Tianhaijuli Yulai were naturally noticed by a bunch of gossiping classmates in the school. Everyone is discussing why Director Tenkai of the Kyoto Club gives people a different feeling. The personality has also become more cheerful and approachable. When everyone faces difficulties, they will also take the lead in solving them. But in short, Tianhaijuli Yulai's popularity has become even higher in the school. Sakakibara, tell me secretly, are you being kept by the eldest lady of the Amami family? Go, don't make blind guesses or say something strange. You can't hide your happy face from anyone. I think you were in this state when Kiyozawa and I first started dating. No, maybe it was even more exaggerated. You were so excited that you couldn't sleep for several days. I go to bed at night thinking about her, I get up in the morning thinking about her, and I can't wait to see her the next day. Even when I roll around in bed with the quilt at night, I still read her name. I'm so happy. Fujino Yoshiyuki. Shaking his head, he talked. I said, aren't you and King Zao childhood sweethearts? We are so familiar with each other, how can we be so happy after dating? Nishijima Ogai sipped a bag of black tea and looked at the snow in the school in winter from the 4th floor of the teaching building. What do you know? This is called a change in relationship, you little boy, do you understand? In the past, if I even touched her hand, she would get angry and then ignore me. Perhaps you touched me too obscenely. Nishijima Oi turned his glasses over with a dead fish face. Besides, you are also a boy. Tch, Fujino Yoshiyuki ignored Nishijima, put his arms around Sakakibara Raku's neck, and whispered into his ear, Sakakibara, let me tell you secretly, after a relationship, the man should be stronger, and girls like to be stronger. Man, it's the best when it comes to knocking things down. I don't think it's appropriate. Nishijima Ogai exposed him mercilessly. If it hadn't been for that person who has never even kissed his childhood sweetheart, I would have almost believed someone's words. What do you know? Fujino turned his head directly. You said this yourself, and you said that a boyfriend should listen to his girlfriend. This is the magnanimity of a man. Shut up. I've always been the strong one, watch your moves. Give it a serious punch. Fujino punched out, and with a pop sound, Nishijima pinched it with his palm. Fujino looked horrified. No, this is impossible. This is my one punch with 100% strength. Nishijima made a fist with one hand and pushed the frame of his glasses with his middle finger with his other free hand. The glasses lenses reflected the cold light. Purity, too low. 2 middle school boys struggled together. Sakakibara Raku listened to the two people's fight and looked up at the colorless and transparent snowy sky on the campus. He was thinking that everything seems to be developing in a good direction recently. At this time, the phone rang. I originally thought it was a Ling's call, but I didn't expect it was my mother. Hello. Sakakibara stood aside and then answered the phone. Fujino immediately stopped his conscientious punching, came over curiously, sniffed deliberately with his nose, and asked, is this the number from Minister Tenkai? Sakaki Hararaku gave him a roll of eyes. Absolutely, damn it, Sakakibara. After that, Fujino Yoshiyuki said a lot of words while stamping his feet. To summarize a little bit, he was so bitter that he wanted to fall in love with a beautiful girl. Don't you have King Zao? I want a gentle girlfriend. The kind who will help me pat my back. So, is this the call from Minister Tianhai? Tell me quickly. No, Sakakibara said, it was my mother who called me. Your mother? Huh. What did your mother say? Sakakibara sighed and said, Someone from my hometown called me from the hospital and said that my grandma fainted when she went out this morning. It doesn't matter, right? Not sure yet, but you won't be seeing me for at least a week. You want to go back to Shikoku Island? Nishijima asked. Then will your sister come back? I'm not sure about this. It depends on her work schedule. By the way, what are you asking my sister for? The main reason is to ask your sister for an autograph. Nishijima pushed up his glasses. With Sakakibara-san's current momentum in the voice acting world, the future is promising. Is it? That night, Tianhai Julie Yulai and Tianhai Kaimingyu also heard the news from their hometown at the same time. Brother, want to go back to Shikoku Island? Well, let's go back to Songshan City. Seeing him nodding, Tianhai Julie Yulai felt suddenly empty for some reason. The heat of the food in front of me became much colder. How long will it take to go back? She asked softly. It can be as short as a week or as long as half a month. The main thing is to go back and see my grandma. Will Sister Chan come back? Amamai Nanamijiyo cast her eyes on Sakakihara Suzu's little face. Seeing that the person speaking was the bad fox, Sakakihara Suzu put her hands on her hips and raised her chin high. That's my grandma, of course I have to go back and have a look. Work? Amamai Nanamai asked, tilting her head. Isn't Hidekaho very successful? The radio drama is also very popular. Logically speaking, the production committee should arrange a series of activities for you, a popular newcomer. Work? Of course work is pushed back and pushed back. Sakakihara Suzu waved her hand casually in response. It took her 2 seconds to react. She suddenly opened her eyes and clapped her hands on the dining table. Wait. How do you know my job so clearly? Tianhai Minjiao stood up, picked up the tablet computer placed on the coffee table in the living room, and showed her the investors of the animation company with 2 simple slides. Sakakihara Suzu rubbed her eyes, and suddenly she couldn't see anything. She only saw the word Tenkai under the animation company's structure. What? Does the company that produces Hidakaho's anime have investment from your family? It's our family, Tianhai Minjiao emphasized without emotion. Why else would Sister Chan think you were suddenly promoted from the second female lead to the first female lead? And nonsense. I obviously rely on my strength. He is capable, but unfortunately voice actors are also very senior. The two started arguing again. Sakakihara Raku is already used to this. How long will it take to leave? Tianhai Julie Yulai stared at the bowl for a long time and then asked. My mother has already booked the flight for the 6 o'clock flight the day after tomorrow. I will talk to the teacher about the leave tomorrow. So fast. The next day, at midnight, Tianhai Julie Yulai couldn't sleep. She lay on the bed, tossing and turning, looking at the ceiling in the room. The thought of Sakakibara Raku going back to Shikoku Island for half a month was always on his mind. She hugged the pillow tightly to her arms. Obviously, you haven't stayed there for a few days, why did you suddenly leave? She couldn't stand it anymore as she murmured and repeated the same words many times. He stood up, casually draped a sheet over his body, wrapped it tightly around his body, then put on his slippers and came to the door, quietly pushing the door open to the space of a finger. The air eroded by the cold immediately got in through the cracks. This made Tianhai Julie Yulai couldn't help but tighten his body. She came to Sakakihara Raku's room opposite, stopped, and immediately raised a hand. When it's about to be knocked down. She hesitated. Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't just think about it. He should be sleeping now, right? Isn't it bad that you come to him so late every time? I heard that if a girl in a relationship always sticks too close to her, she will be disliked and disliked by boys. All kinds of doubts made Tianhai Julie Yulai's uneasiness deepen even more. Coupled with the cold winter air, her heart lost all warmth. Don't want to be disliked at all. Not at all. Tianhaijuli Yulai lowered his eyebrows, thinking about this in his mind. He took one last look at the door of his room, wrapped himself in a quilt and returned to his bedroom. Click. Closed the door again. The air conditioner was turned on in the bedroom, and warm air was blowing. Falling on the bed, even though the body and the air are warm, there still seems to be a missing place deep in my heart, missing that solid sense of security. Tianhaijuli Yulai pressed his face against the pillow where he slept, closed his eyes, and imagined the previous experience of getting under the quilt. The more the girl thought about it, the more she blushed. I want to be held in my arms and fall asleep. I want to fall asleep listening to his heartbeat, and I also want to have him touch my face inadvertently. I want to rub my ears and temples together, which makes my whole body feel warm. In the early morning of the day of departure, in order to catch the 6 o'clock flight, Sakakibara woke up very early, and Suzu was woken up by her mother as she stayed in bed extremely reluctantly. Sakakibara Miwa, now I should call her Amamai Miwa, also known as my mother, called Sakakibara Raku, who was going to wash up, and whispered in the corner. "Mom, why are you so sneaky? I just saw Julie Yulai getting up early and going to your room. I took a look out of curiosity and found that she was helping you organize your clothes. Have you two reconciled?" Sort of. Your matter was silent for a long time, as if he had thought it through. "Oh, I am not qualified to interfere. In short, you just want to be happy." After saying that, my mother patted Sakakibara Raku's shoulder and gave her a look as if to cheer her up. Then he left to pack his luggage. "We are already in a relationship, Mom, you are still working hard. How can you work harder? Is it possible that you want to have a grandchild now?" Hoji was confused, and Sakakibara went back to his bedroom. As his mother said, Amamai Kurayuri was helping him organize the clothes he needed for departure. Down jackets, sweaters, linings, jackets, even underwear. Sakakibara Raku stood at the door and observed for a while, but this one was really too embarrassed to continue reading. His old face turned red, and he walked over and reached out to take the object in her hand. "Ahem. Just leave this to me." Tianhaijuli Yulai didn't care at all. She even brought her hand cream and skin cream for him to use. "I checked last night. The winter in Shikoku Island is very cold. It will be very effective to bring these." With that said, he didn't allow him to refuse and put them all into his suitcase. Then I started to help him choose spare clothes one by one, down to the details of which colors would look good together. Sakakibara was happy to see her helping him. This comfortable state of mind should be called satisfaction, right? These skincare products are very expensive. It doesn't matter. I'll just buy it later. It's really effective. It also smells good. You can smell it? It really smells good. As Amamai Kurayuri said, he stretched his wrist with some hand cream left on it to Sakakibara Raku's nose. Sakakibara approached her white wrist and sniffed it. "It smells really good. How about it?" "Yeah, pretty good." Tianhaijuli Yulai lowered his head and continued to help him fold clothes. "If you go there, Lejun, remember to use it. Dry skin will make it uncomfortable." "Just leave these things to me," Sakakibara said, somewhat dumbfounded. It's okay, just leave it to me and I'll help you fold it." Everything was left to Juri, but Sakakibara had nothing to pack, so he could only sit aside and watch her. After looking at it for a long time, he found that Tianhaiju really seemed a little too enthusiastic today, so enthusiastic that Sakakibara Raku didn't know where to put himself. Finally, it was time to change clothes. In addition to the clothes inside, Tianhaijuli Yulai also helped him take care of his coat. She stood in front of her, pulling the corners of her clothes straight. "There's something not right about Julie Yulai today." "Huh? Is there any?" "Yes. Is it because I have to leave for half a month?" Tianhai lost his mind for a moment. Well, Sakakihara noticed that this was indeed his fault. Don't worry, it won't take long, only half a month at most, he tried to comfort him. Okay, I know. As for dinner, Julie can make it by herself now, right? There's nothing to worry about. Yu and Ling left, and there were only two people left at home at night. Afraid of being alone. No one likes to be alone, and I am with Chi Minjiu now. Before Sakakibara Raku could react, Amamikuruori suddenly stood up on tiptoes and gave him a hug. Julie. She hugged him tightly, which also made Sakakibara feel her reluctance to leave him. At the same time, on the side of Sakakibara Raku's head, he just saw the white snow falling lightly outside his window, and the air was filled with cold air. I'm going to miss you. Look at what you said, as if you were saying goodbye. It's obvious that Aling and I just went back to see Grandma. I really miss you, the girl repeated her words again, her voice softer and longer, and her face was completely buried in his arms. Her repeated words made Sakakihara couldn't help but smile. He pushed her shoulders away and said to her seriously. In exchange, I will miss you too. In fact, there is no need for this. My phone is always open. If you miss me, just send me a message and I will reply when I see it. Probably after giving Tianhai Julie a hug, she regained her mood. Seeing her blushing and shy, Sakakihara joked. I feel like Julie is like a girl who only knows how to act coquettishly. She is usually gentle and generous, but there is an unexpected contrast. I know, she tangled her hands in front of her, I also understand why I am like this, father and mother, if they gave me a little more love, I don't think I would be in this state. It's not that Uncle Tianhai doesn't have any love, but that he can't express himself and is a workaholic, which makes Julie unable to feel any love from being noticed. How to say? Lejun also knows about my mother's situation. My mother never gives her sincerity and never satisfies me. Every time I want to talk to her or act coquettishly, she will push me aside with the piano. Dad, I basically met him when I was a child. Not Dad. They rarely criticize me and they rarely praise me. Understood. All I want is attention, sincere attention, but I haven't had it once in this whole life. If I tell my father what I want, he will only give me money. Mom, my mother will only let me I practice the piano and achieve the goal she expected. So at first I would envy Suzu-chan. As long as she says, brother, pour me some water, you will go and pour the water for her. As long as she says, brother, I want to eat today beef curry, you will help Ling buy the food she wants without saying a word. Sakakibara thought he had spoiled Suzu a little bit. Every day I see you talking and laughing at the dinner table, I envy you. I think, if I have someone who loves me so much, I will love him well and repay him. After saying that, Tianhai Julie looked a little tired, but also seemed relieved and relaxed. She raised her eyes to look into Sakakibara's eyes, and Sakakibara returned her gaze. Sakakihara reached out and gave her a simple hug again. Meet her sky blue eyes climbing up, and her thin red lips so close. Amamikuruori gently stood on tiptoes and raised her chin, and Sakakibara kissed him. Their lips met silently, and her hands pinched her arms. In this brief contact, the two of them were conveying sweet messages to each other through their touching positions. One side is love, and the other side is the comfort of love. For a long time, the empty space in Tianhai Julie's heart seemed to be filled, and the shyness of a girl appeared on her face again. It's full of the shyness of a young girl who hesitates after the kiss ends. Sakakihara couldn't help but smile lightly at her. I found that whether it is the majestic and gentle Julie, the coquettish and clingy Julie, or the shy and fearful Julie, I like them all. Really? Of course. Sakakibara stretched out a finger to her, and Amamikuruori responded with a finger. Soon, The two people hooked their index fingers and clasped their hands. Tianhaijuli Yulai smiled and put her face on his chest, smiling softly in his arms with a girlish sweetness. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 197. The plane took off from Haneda Airport. When the flying snow disappeared and the flashing lights on the huge airport suddenly disappeared, Sakakibara knew that at this moment, the civilian passenger plane had risen to an altitude of more than 8,000 meters and entered the stratosphere. He kept thinking about the way Tianhaijuli Yulai stood at the boarding gate and watched him get on the plane. She probably really loved herself, so she got up at 4 o'clock to help her sort out her clothes, even though she still had to go to school today, and escorted her all the way from home to the airport until the plane took off. When taking off, Sakakibara took a special look at the terminal building behind him. Even after a long distance, when he looked over, he would still inexplicably imagine a girl with long flaxen hair in his mind. She was standing in the terminal building where people came and went, looking up through the tall glass curtain wall. She slowly took off with the plane until it completely disappeared from her sight. This feeling comes inexplicably, maybe it can be called the feeling of being loved. In short, Sakakibara Raku was sitting on the plane now, and he started to miss Kuruori a little even though it had only been less than 10 minutes since departure. Why do you look melancholy? Is there any? You just have it? Also, why did Julie Yulai and Chi Minjio come to see you off? Facing the resentful Sakakibara Suzu, Sakakihara smiled and said, to be precise, they are here to see us off. Didn't Uncle Amamai get up and come to see us off too? It's incidental to give it to us, but the most important thing is to give it to Mom. The same goes for Julie Yulai and Chi Minjio. It's incidental to give it to me. Who specifically should I give it to? Suzu Sakakibara crossed her arms, I don't need to say more. Sakakihara looked at her angry face and thought it was cute. Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Who would be jealous of you? Sakakihara Suzu reached out and pushed his face away. Sakakihara Rakuchiang resisted her resistance and said, this is so normal, just an ordinary brother-sister relationship. This proves that our relationship is better. What does it mean to have a better relationship? For example, you like to let me touch your head. That's just. Just what? Sakakihara Suzu lowered her head as if she was breathing heavily. After 2 to 3 seconds of silence, she raised her head and glared at him, ask me again, I will ignore you. Seeing her cute round face, Sakakibara couldn't help but want to smile. It seems that the girl doesn't know what reason to use to retort. Always regaining the upper hand with I'm ignoring you. It feels a bit unreasonable. But to Aling, her sister's unreasonable behavior made her look cute. Because this proves that she failed to refute her own words, which has a default meaning. Okay, I lost to you. Who made you my sister? Thinking like this, Sakakibara calmed down. After Suzu Sakakihara realized that her words had indeed worked, she no longer wanted to speak. The flight from Tokyo Haneda Airport to Matsuyama City on Shikoku Island takes about 1.5 hours, which is not too long. Sakakibara Suzu must have been woken up in a hurry in the morning. Sakakibara Raku fell asleep within a few words of chatting with her. The little head fell to the ground one after another, and finally rested on Sakakihara Raku's shoulder. I saw her sleeping quite comfortably and her small and shiny nose. Sakakibara couldn't help but think that it would be quite comfortable to have an older brother. At least he would have a place to lean on when sleeping. Ailing, wake up. Huh? Are you here yet? No, do you want to eat the airline meal? Suzu Sakakihara stretched on his lap, the airline food isn't delicious, just eat it. There's steak. Really? Sakakihara Suzu suddenly started to rub against her, almost hitting the small plastic table behind the chair, but she still couldn't hide her enthusiasm for eating. Where is it? Take it, I'll keep it for you. That's great. Wait, you ate everything before calling me. Sakakihara Suzu saw an open lunchbox. Then the steak in the lunchbox is not easy to fly back. Wouldn't that allow me to have 2 steaks? Sakakihara Suzu frowned. Stare. In a blink of an eye, Sakakibara took out a plastic lunchbox containing 2 steaks. Okay, I'll keep them all for you, I didn't eat them. Seeing that there were 2 steaks to eat, Sakakihara Suzu was overjoyed. She was so happy that she hugged his hand and rubbed his arm with her head. My brother is so kind to me. Sakakihara put on a look of disgust and pushed her away. Come on, eat yours. I'm so touched. Okay. I'll give you my mother's share. Anyway, I know you'll eat more meat. Wow, that's great. Seeing Suzu happily starting to eat, Raku Sakakibara took this time to finish eating the other side dishes in his lunchbox with a little pasta. Before he was halfway through eating, a small piece of steak appeared in front of him. What? Hey, open up quickly. Sakakihara Raku ate it easily. Sakakihara Suzu smiled and said, how is it? Is it delicious? Do you suddenly feel that you are very happy to have a younger sister? Sakakibara said while chewing, this steak is supposed to be mine. How can this be the same, she said. The feeling of eating a steak specially reserved for yourself is completely different from eating 2 steaks. Meaning is, the steak I feed you feels completely different from the steak you eat yourself. Hee, you see, if there is a sister feeding you, your heart suddenly feels warm. Some feeling. Why, it's just a little bit. It's very strong, okay. Then I'll feed you another piece. Sakakibara stared at the steak that came again, and moved his head back. Why do I suddenly feel like a toy when you were a child? You used to always feed your doll a green leaf, saying, brother, hurry up and eat, otherwise you will have to eat if you're hungry, don't stop eating when you're full, I'll eat it all for you. What? I'm not that bad. Don't say no. The plane landed in Matsuyama City on Shikoku Island. Located in the southern half of the country, it is famous for its orange production. Ehime Tachibana comes out from here. Sakakibara Raku's hometown is Matsuyama City under Ehime Prefecture. It was only 7:45 in the morning, and there was thin snow falling in the sky. When the plane landed, I could still see the Seto Inland Sea with several ferries floating outside the window. It was not the blue in my memory, but a unique and cold gray in the snowy sky. When they got off the plane, their mother told the 2 brothers and sisters to wear thicker clothes, and then took them to eat ramen in the terminal. Before, Sakakihara Raku would never dare to eat at an airport restaurant. When she first left her hometown for Tokyo, she had never seen the bustling city. At the airport, she saw lots of food displayed in transparent windows. The warm orange-red lights illuminated those hamburger buns with an attractive luster. There was also a family sitting in the store with exquisite and clean clothes. The little girl of that family was holding a hamburger and eating it bite by bite under the watchful eyes of her parents, with a smile on her face. The mother also reached out and held the cuff of the little girl who was dangling her feet while eating. Little Aling looked longingly at the burgers in the window and the family. She also wanted to eat them, but was immediately scolded back by her father. The things in here are so expensive, why should I sell them to you to buy them? Although little Aling is naughty, she is most afraid of her father. She hides behind her brother and lowers her head silently, not daring to speak. Sakakihara Raku didn't want to recall this, but when he found Suzu looking at the familiar scenery outside the store while eating ramen, he couldn't help but ask. How do you feel? What? Sakakihara Suzu turned around. It always feels a little like going back to a place you've been before. Feeling? Actually, I don't feel much at all. When I talk about this, I think of my bastard dad. Amamimi was sat over with ramen, and her sitting posture was also very particular. Why did he suddenly mention it? Mom, don't you hate him? Amamimi looked out the window, as if on the smooth tile floor, she saw the four people who were moving towards Tokyo in great turmoil in the past. I hate it, but it's all over now. I don't care whether he lives or dies. Do not care. That must be annoying, right? Tianhaimai hugged the hot tea and smiled and said, Aling, you hate him a bit. I thought so too before, but now it seems that it is more appropriate for him to leave. A friend in need is a friend indeed, Sakakibara Suzu said, and even took a special look at Sakakibara Raku. Look at what I do you think your brother is very good? Sakakihara Suzu pouted, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay to admit it in front of Mom. Just admit it and I'll buy you a hamburger right now. A little bit. Suzu Sakakihara lowered her face and made a face at him, I can afford it myself. You just said it yourself on the plane, it would feel completely different if someone helped you buy it. Is that what you meant? That's what it means, but it doesn't apply now. By the way, you've already eaten 3 steaks, and you can still eat ramen. The steak is so small, who can eat it? Pig. Humph, then you are Brother Pig. Brother Pig. Ha ha ha, little pig girl isn't much better. Go, don't disturb me eating ramen, I'm so annoyed. Then the barbecued pork in my noodles. I want. Don't give dash. Humph, it's so annoying. What a nuisance. After that, he clenched his fist and hit Sakakihara Raku twice. Amamimi looked at her 2 children with great satisfaction on the opposite side. Now she really felt that it would be best if that bastard left, so that it would not affect their growth to what they are now. My grandmother fell down in front of her home and was sent to the city by her neighbors. The old woman kept saying that the hospital was too expensive and was thinking about leaving. It was only after her neighbor told her that Mihi and her 2 grandchildren were coming to see her that she settled in the hospital with peace of mind. After breakfast, Tianhaimai took the 2 of them to buy flowers and fruit gifts in the city before coming to the hospital. As soon as she arrived at the ward, the old lady smiled happily when she saw her 2 grandchildren. Grandmother. The old lady responded quickly and sat up from the hospital bed, it'll be fine if you come. Tianhaimai walked last with her things in her arms. After entering the house, the old lady still regretted what she had spent the money on. Sakakibara Raku, Grandma looks pretty good. That is not. The old lady responded like this, and then invited Sakakibara to go to her bed, pulling him to look left and right. Good boy. He nodded with satisfaction. Tianhaimai put down the flowers and asked with a smile, Mom, why do you look at Ale like this? Okay, the kid is much more handsome, he's grown taller, and he looks like you, which is great. Anyway, I didn't see any trace of that bastard at all. The old lady was so angry that her father chose to abandon the family and children after winning the lottery. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He was also admitted to the hospital at that time. Then what did the bastard say when he married you? How did he promise? Amamimiwa could only respond to her mother's words with a smile. When the old lady talks about him, she always talks a lot. He said that that person had requested him in this way, and how he requested the old man, and what he wanted to do when he got married. The result, of course, was that nothing was accomplished. The old lady pulled Sakakibara Raku and Sakakibara Suzu over again, and apologized to them guiltily. He said he was sorry for not being able to help them when they were in Tokyo before. I don't have much money to give them, I'm sorry. I don't know how to help, and I'm sorry. Sakakibara knew that her grandmother's family really didn't have much money, because most of her money was given to her mother on the wedding day, so she left some living expenses for herself and her grandfather. He also lied to his mother that the family still had hundreds of thousands of yen saved from farming when he was young, which was enough to spend, so she shouldn't worry. Of course, the money was eventually spent by that bastard dad on gambling. It's really pitiful that my grandparents are so caring. Amamai Miwa, by the way, Mom, why didn't you see Dad? Where did he go? The old lady muttered, didn't you give a lot of money to the family? The old man has gone on a trip, and he wants to take me away. I don't want to leave at all. Someone has to collect the food at home. I want to go. Go next year. Ah. Dad went on a trip. Mom, why don't you go with us? I don't want to go, I don't want to go. I let him go out and play by himself if he really wants to go out for a walk. Grandpa isn't coming back, Suzu Sakakihara asked. He said he was coming back, but he didn't know where he was. Is it okay, Grandma? It doesn't matter, it's just an old habit. I was shocked when I said you guys wanted to come back and see me. Is such a trivial matter such a big deal, but it's okay to just take a look. Did Mai remarry you? Tianhai Mai smiled awkwardly, yes. What does the new man look like? What's his personality? What's his last name? Mom, didn't I tell you before? Oh, I seem to have said that my surname is Tianhai, right? I couldn't tell you clearly on the phone. Please tell me the details. Also tell me your date of birth and so on. I'll help you figure out whether you two are compatible. There's no need for this. Madayan is a very nice person, but like me, he's a bit busy at work. Mayako Sakakihara held her daughter's hand and said, when you are busy, don't forget about the Gu family. In the end, you work for a family. If your family is gone, your work will be in vain in the end. After that, my mother and grandma nagged Uncle Tianhai for most of the day. She asked everything from her family background to her two daughters. After hearing that Uncle Amamai had two daughters, both of whom were younger than Raku Sakakibara, the old lady quickly told Raku Sakakibara, Ellie, don't be partial. He also said that Ling was his biological sister and he should remember to remember Ling. Ling also needs to treat her brother well. Sakakihara Suzu was extremely happy. He also said that the old lady has a sharp eye and can recognize jade. Has Ale ever been partial? Yes. Those twins are so beautiful. The old lady immediately changed her look, and pulled Sakakibara to teach her a lesson in a soft voice. It was just that he wanted to pay more attention to Suzu, which made Sakakibara extremely embarrassed. Ale will be 18 next year, right? Is there anyone you like? This. That's it? At this time, can Sakakibara Raku say that the person he likes is Kuruori? It's really hard to say this in front of the old lady. The Hai family was very rich that day, right? Mom replied, it's quite rich. Then why do you fall in love with me? Mom, I can't explain this in just a few words. Anyway, Maid Nori and I have known each other for a long time. His office is above our restaurant, and you can see him every day at noon. Lawyer. Right. Lawyer, the lawyer is very good and decent. Do you have any photos? Mom, wait. Tianhai Mai took out her mobile phone and showed the old lady the photos. She also took out the photos of the two Tianhai sisters. Is this his daughter? So beautiful. What's the problem? In my village before, such a beautiful girl would be forcibly married off by a wealthy family. The witches in several major shrines I have seen are not as beautiful as them. Their hair color does not look like the locals. They're a little bit mixed. Is that so? I talked a lot with Grandma until the doctor arrived and told everyone to check on Grandma's condition. Sakakihara Raku and Suzu walked out of the ward together. Grandma looks very energetic. She is in good condition, Raku Sakakibara said, but she is suffering from arthritis and arthritis. Even though she is having a good conversation with us, she might have pain in her legs. Will you also grow old in the future? What? I can be younger than you, but if you are too old to walk, hey, just call me and I can consider helping you carry the toilet. Sakakihara was confused. What are you talking about? The doctor went out a few minutes later and said he wanted to take the old lady for a detailed examination. After waiting for another hour or so, the test results came out. The attending doctor took a report sheet and called the three people together in the consultation room. You are the patient's family, right? Tianhaimihi nodded, yes. The patient's current problem is not a small one, but it is not a big one either. The cause of fainting is high blood pressure. Pay attention to the elderly to eat less high-salt foods. During our examination, we also found arthritis in the legs. This is a common disease among the elderly. What's special about the patient is that there is a benign tumor next to the bone, which needs to be removed. Benign? Does that mean it's okay not to perform surgery? My mother is a little resistant to surgery. I understand, but a benign tumor doesn't mean it can remain forever. It can also spread and develop into a malignant tumor. My suggestion is to remove it as soon as possible. Understood. So, what's your opinion? Cut it? Grandma is going to have a minor operation, so Raku Sakakibara will naturally not be able to return to Tokyo during this period. I originally planned to stay in a hotel in the city, but my grandma couldn't worry about the vegetables in her fields, fearing that they would be frozen to death by this year's early snow. In addition, his mother also planned to go back to her hometown for a visit, so Sakakibara followed him back to Ehime County and arrived at a small town near the sea. Then we took a 30-minute ride to our hometown. It's very different here. Concrete roads were built and there were more telephone poles. At least Raku Sakakibara didn't see the dirt roads of his childhood. Most of the houses in the village are two-story, one-family buildings, with quite wide intervals and no feeling of crowding. The small stone bridge without guardrails at the entrance is still there, and the spring water is still flowing down the mountain. This actually makes Raku Sakakibara feel a little like home. Tidying up the room and sleeping area lasted until late at night. There was little time to appreciate the environment of his hometown, so Raku Sakakihara fell asleep in a hurry after taking a shower. When I got up early the next morning, the snow in the sky seemed to be much heavier. There was no air conditioning in her grandmother's house, so Sakakibara had to get up shivering from the floor, holding the quilt, getting dressed and going to the toilet. Even though I was wearing a cotton padded jacket, I still felt cold, so I went to boil some boiled water to drink. The heat was rising. Looking at the white snow falling outside the window and taking a sip of boiled water, Sakakibara let out a breath of heat from his chest with pleasure. Comfortable. Duo. A sudden knock on the door made Sakakihara look towards the narrow entrance. Strange, who would come to see Grandma on this snowy day? Sakakihara Raku didn't think much, shook off the air conditioner on his body, held the hot water teacup with one hand, and opened the door. Phew! The cold wind suddenly came in through the crack in the door. Outside the door, stood a girl in a beige trench coat wearing a pure white scarf. She was wearing white cotton gloves, and her hands were hanging down normally. Because she was not wearing a hat, her long flaxen hair was dyed by the white snow like a thick layer of crystal salt, exuding a clean fragrance under the blue morning sky. Luster. The beautiful little face that was as delicate as a brush outline seemed to be dyed by white snow, with an indescribable purity. The thin back reflects the snow-white ridges, snow-white fields, snow-white telephone poles, and snow-white wires. She just stood outside the door very stylishly, looking at herself silently. Sky-blue eyes stared at him, reflecting his own appearance. No words or movements, just looking at myself like this. Sakakihara was stunned and even began to doubt himself. Was his eyesight? He rubbed his eyes, afraid that he had seen it wrong. But when he looked carefully, he saw that the girl was still standing outside. "Why are you here?" "Friendly recommend a book. My senior sister is not a human being. Love stickers with non-human seniors. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple." Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 198. Point 9, 7, 7 Bright Moons. Sakaki Hara held a cup of boiled water and glanced at her up and down. Then she looked at the sky behind her, her surroundings and her location. "Yes, this is my hometown. But wait, why are you here? You don't recognize me as your sister, which is commendable." Tian Haikaimingyu's voice was light, probably because her hair was dyed with snow. Her voice was a bit colder than usual. "No, I want to ask, why are you here? What's so surprising about this?" Tian Hai Chi Minjiu had snow falling on her hair. "Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't be here anyway." "I'm here to make trouble," she said. "Looking for me? Why are you looking for me?" "Nothing." "Nothing" is an answer. Sakakibara was very confused. He never expected that Chi Minjiu would find him here the day after he returned to his hometown. "It's so cold outside, why did you come here like this?" Take a flight and transfer to a country bus." Sakakibara looked up and saw it was snowing heavily outside. It's rare for this level of snow to fall in late November. Taking a country bus on such a cold day. Tian Haikaimingyu's hair and coat were covered with a thick layer of snow and frost. Although I was very curious about how she found this place, it was not a problem for Nanamai Mingzuki to stand alone outside. Sakakibara sighed and moved away. "Come in first, it's cold outside. I'll get you a glass of hot water." Sakakibara opened the shoe cabinet and found a pair of women's slippers. Tian Haikaimingyu put on her slippers and stepped into the entrance hall. "Don't you pat the snow on your body? Too lazy to take pictures?" "How can you be too lazy to take pictures of this thing? Your clothes will get wet if it is melted," Sakakibara said, but he had no intention of helping her. It was quiet for a few seconds. Tian Haikaimingyu glanced at him, then lowered her head and gently brushed the snowflakes off her body. Although Grandma's house does not have air conditioning or heating systems, the temperature inside is much more comfortable than outside. There is also a square kotetsu table in the middle of the living room, surrounded by cotton quilts, and equipped with an electric heater in the middle, where you can put your legs in to keep warm. Sakakibara sat down at the Tenkai Nanamajetsu table with a pot of boiling water and poured her a cup of hot water. "Give." "Thanks." Tian Haikaimingyu took it and glanced at the bookcase in the living room of her grandmother's house. "No need to thank you. Chi Minjiu, you better tell me seriously why you are here. Shouldn't you be in school?" "I explained just now, I just came here to find you." Tian Haikaimingyu held the cup with both hands. Her long hair scattered behind her head and the pure white scarf around her neck made her look bigger than usual. Sakakibara Lenin glanced at. "From Tokyo to Shikoku Island. I took a plane from Tokyo to Matsuyama City on Shikoku Island, and then took a bus from Matsuyama City to Katsuoka Town in Hayami County, Ehime Prefecture." "Well, you also bring your own corrections. Then you sit so far away just to find me." "Just to find you." The sound in the room was very faint, only the cold wind rushing in through the cracks in the window made a faint sound. The inexplicably cold air made Sakakibara quickly get up and close the window tightly. "You have a good relationship with your sister recently." She watched him sit down in front of her again. "Yes. Is there anything you want to say?" Tian Haikaimingyu asked after being silent for a while. Sakakibara Raku's mood became indescribably complicated when he faced the same eyes as hers and the same beautiful face as Julie Yulai. Chi Minjiu can come here to find him, which is quite an explanation. Without Dot. How did Chi Minjio find this place? Didn't my sister tell you that we met when we were children? But this is my grandma's house. Your grandma's house is in the same village as yours. Is it far away? This. Okay, it seems that Chi Minjio does know. 7 Bright Moon. You don't have to say anything, I won't give up. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, how do you explain to my mother and uncle why you came here? Just say that I like you, so I chased you here. Then we're all screwed. Tian Haikiming put down the water glass and said calmly, it might be a good thing for me to make the situation chaotic. Uncle, maybe I will stand with Julie Yulai and me. Possible. Aren't you afraid that your uncle will forcefully separate you? Sakakihara couldn't help but ask. He can't control my sister in this regard, let alone me. Oh, my aunt is so domineering. But my uncle definitely doesn't want to see his 2 daughters getting jealous because of a boy. Logical. Sakakihara was delighted, so I still won't change my mind. Dot. Okay, isn't this the same as chatting for a long time without talking about anything? Kaiming. Tian Haikiming interrupted him directly and stared at her reflection in the water glass, don't think too much. Although I admit that I like you a little, you are only one of the reasons why I am here this time. You don't be too self-righteous. Sakakibara's face was full of confusion, what? Do you have other purposes for coming to my hometown? It's wired. Why do I feel like I suddenly have the idea that Chi Minjio is deliberately helping me relax my stress? Of course Tian Haikiming took a sip of hot water. What? I mainly came to see Grandma. Dot. Sakakihara Raku was even more confused. It seems that it's not a big problem if you don't look at Grandma Chi Minjio, right? Grandma doesn't know you. Who said you don't know him? Tian Haikiming seemed to know what he was thinking. While drinking water, one eye appeared from one side. Then you have met my grandma. Oh, I remember someone said that someone has a particularly good memory. Could it be that he can't even remember that I stayed at my grandma's house? What she said seems to be true. Who remembers things clearly when I was a child? However, I do have a good memory now, that's right. Tian Haikiming gave him a blank look. Now that things have come to this, Sakakihara Raku can only accept the status quo. Forget it, you're already here, I'll help you arrange accommodation. Is there any room available? Have. If not, it doesn't matter if I sleep with you in the same room. Dot. It's a good straight ball, but it's a pity that I can't catch it. Did Julie Yulai come with you? Brother, do you think I will bring my sister with me? I know you won't, just making sure. Where's your suitcase? Did not bring. Where are the clothes? This is what I'm wearing. Money, Sakakihara was even more surprised. He didn't even see her handbag. It's just enough for travel expenses. I have 600 yen left now. Ox. This is a flight from Tokyo to Shikoku Island. Auntie, you are really amazing. Have you ever thought about what to do if you run out of money halfway? I also have a mobile phone, so I can contact you to pick me up. What if I don't come to pick you up? I'm sure you'll come get me. Nanami's calm words left Raku Sakakibara speechless for a long time. The ordinary sentence "believe in you" suddenly made him feel the flavor of life and death. She came to Shikoku Island without bringing anything. Does this also mean that she is actually expecting him to pick her up? Inexplicably, a feeling similar to that of Julie Yulai hugging him arose in his heart. Obviously this is just Chi Minjio's words. Belief is belief, but maybe when I go to pick you up, something unexpected will happen on the way. Tian Haikiming still looks as elegant as drinking tea comfortably. People who don't know her can also feel an inaccessible temperament from her body. She observed Sakakibara Raku's emotions. I just said it casually. I don't know what you are thinking about. The voice was freehand and calm, as if she really meant it, and it sounded quite relaxing. His eyes were always on the teacup in his hand. Sakakihara suddenly lowered his head and smiled, because he knew that Nanamayu was relaxing the pressure on himself again. Think carefully. Xiaoqiu is really thoughtful. She knew that it was impossible for her to agree to her confession, so she didn't want to push herself too hard to give both of them room to work around. But if it was possible for her to agree to it, she would still continue this heavy confession. Just sat there for a while. Mom woke up, opened the bedroom door, put on cold-proof clothes, and walked down from the second floor. Ale, have you made breakfast? If not, let me come dash. Amamai Miwa saw the long-haired girl sitting opposite Sakakibara Raku nodding to her. Good morning. Sakakibara laments. It's over now? Tianhaimei was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Julie Yulai. That's sister. Sorry, Tianhaimei he smiled, it's been so long, I didn't expect that I still didn't recognize him. It doesn't matter, even dad gets it mixed up a lot of times. The trick to identifying two sisters is to look at their eyes. The one with more light in his eyes is Julie Yulai. The one who is lighter and has no emotion is Chi Minjiao. Sakakibara summed up his views in his mind. But what to do now? How should Chi Minjiao explain to her mother? Why is Chi Minjiao here? Tianhaimei he saw the hot water on the kotetsu table and chose to sit on the side of Tianhai Kaimingyu. After you left, I thought about it carefully and realized that it is still necessary to come back to see grandma. Tianhaimei he noticed something and asked doubtfully, it sounds like Chi Minjiao, you know my mother. I met him once when I was a kid. Did you see it when you were a kid? Yes, I've seen it. Then why haven't I heard of this before? I don't know either. Amamai Miwa first glanced at Amamai Nanamayu, and then at Sakakibara Raku. Mom, don't look at me, I don't know either. Brother, I forgot about my aunt. I didn't know what was going on with my aunt at that time, but I haven't seen you. So, you guys met when you were kids? Yes, my sister and I both know my brother. Tianhaimei he suddenly became interested and continued to ask. How long is it exactly? Do you remember Chi Minjiao? 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you must have been about 5 years old. It's amazing that you can still remember this. My mother, sister, and I were traveling here. It was a very new hotel. Oh. That's right, Tianhaimei he seemed to remember something. There are indeed tourism projects at the pier, and there are also activities to pick oranges in the orchard. At that time, many people came here for vacation. What was the name of the largest hotel? Tianhai Kaimingyu, Clement Hotel. Yes, that's it. This is a house that people from outside came to the village to buy and renovated for many years. When it was built, everyone thought that this hotel would definitely lose money. Hearing this, Amamai Miwa became even more convinced that Nanamai Mingzuki had met Raku Sakakibara when she was a child. I think you know each other, and I guess it happened when I sent Ale and Aling to live with their grandmother for a period of time. Their father and I were busy looking for jobs in the city at that time, so we couldn't meet. Tianhai Kaimingyu nodded slightly, yes. I also received kindness from my grandmother once. I injured my foot, and my grandmother personally helped me with ointment and bandages. My brother was also there at the time, and he was the one who carried me to the home. Sakakihara Raku looked puzzled on the side, is there any? Have you ever carried Chi Minjiao on your back before? Is that so? It seems to be correct. The time and situation are right. Tianhaimei he was quite happy. I just don't know if grandma still remembers me. Well, haha, yesterday I showed her a photo of you and Julie Yulai. She must have grown up and didn't think of it for a moment. Maybe you can remember it after you talk to her. By the way, Chi Minjio, you should come too. Say something so ill and I can go pick you up. It doesn't matter. I didn't think of it until after my aunt left, and it was a last-minute idea. Let me tell you, I'm a little embarrassed. Sakaki Hararaku was almost vomiting blood while listening. Anyone can say sorry, except you, Chi Minjio. Does Maid Nori know you're here? I know. I explained the reason to my father, and he asked me to pay more attention to safety. That's good, that's good. Why didn't you see Julie Yulai? My sister has a lot of things to deal with at school, and the club also needs her to take care of it, so I am the only one here this time. It can be regarded as a formal meeting with Grandma. That's a pity, but we still have plenty of time to meet in the future, so don't be in a hurry. Tianhaime, he said with a smile. I was busy covering my mother's cabbage with film for the winter last night, and I just woke up now. After breakfast, we have to go to the urban hospital, and Chi Minjio should come with you. By the way, you seem to have just arrived. Do you want to take a rest first? No, I caught up on my sleep on the plane. Okay, Tianhaime, he was about to get up. I'm going to prepare breakfast first. Chi Minjio, you can chat with the LE for a while. You'll be ready soon. Excuse me, Aunt. We're all family, you're welcome. There were only 2 people left at the kotetsu table. Sakakibara lowered his voice and asked Nanami, can you explain this clearly? I'm just stating the facts. Sakakibara rolled his eyes. I almost believed it. Soon after, Aling also woke up. Not surprisingly, she was shocked by the arrival of the 7 bright moons in the sky. You. The ghost lingers. My mother was beside me. Although she didn't show anything, she still secretly said that Chi Minjio was a fox and her ghost lingered. You can see it everywhere. During the meal, the 2 of them were also quarreling under the kotomai table. Tianhai Kaimingyu sat across the table from him. I don't know if she has any bad intentions, or if Aling just said that she was a fox to make her angry, and she deliberately provoked Aling. She always puts her feet in black stockings on her lap. Aling refused, so she used her feet to stop her. Soon there was a scene of 2 beautiful girls kicking each other expressionlessly under the hot table. Every tiny expression on the face is a protracted battle. Be quiet when Mom is around. Mom gets up to get things together, and they make a fuss under the table. Sakaki Hararaku didn't know how many times he had been accidentally injured by their rivalry. But he couldn't get a word in. Sure enough, women are trouble. At 3 minutes past 10 in the morning, several people were ready to go out. Pass through the cabbage field in front of the door. In the distance, the empty fields and the ridges where the color of snow and tree shadows are intertwined came into view for a moment. Endless whiteness as far as the eye can see. A thick layer of snow was piled on the telephone poles, wires, and roofs. The snow fell a bit early this year, Sakakibara said. Huh, there are a lot of foxes in the snow. At 10:15 we waited for the bus to the city. There were many old acquaintances from the village sitting on it. As soon as I got on the car, my mother smiled and greeted the neighbors. The content of the chat was nothing more than polite words after meeting, and emotions about Raku Sakakibara and Suzu Sakakibara having grown so big. Suzu didn't care about this. As soon as she got into the car, she pulled Sakakibara Raku and sat down with her. I also picked the last row. What? I'm sleepy and haven't woken up yet. Please let me lie down for a while. Okay. Tenkai Nanamajetsu is in the second to last row of the bus, which is in front of Sakakibara Raku. She was much quieter now, and she kept looking out the window at the scenery along the village. Her eyes reflected scenes of snow-white scenes that were fading away. She seemed to be simply looking at the scenery in a daze, but also seemed to be trapped in a distant memory that she couldn't extricate herself from. Aling fell asleep quickly. While Sakakibara touched Suzu's head lying on his lap, he also observed the side face of Amami Nanamajetsu from behind. If you stare at her side face for a long time, you will be surprised to feel that a hair on her forehead, an eyelash, a small tip of her nose, and a little bit of heat radiating from her face are all beautiful. As the vehicle drove, scenery such as telephone poles, trees, snowdrifts, empty mountain fields, and distant mountain ridges kept passing by around her silhouette. In a blur, it gave the illusion that she was also transparent. Snow color transparency. Her charming beauty makes people stare at her for a long time. Part of the girl's face was reflected on the window glass, and her face blocked some of the dusk scenery outside the window. At first glance, she looks distant and ethereal, but upon closer inspection, the scenery reflected in her regular facial features, eyelashes, and sky blue eyes is extraordinarily clear and extraordinarily real. The caller wanted to call her name to confirm whether she really existed here. Raku Sakakihara picked up her phone by mistake and took a photo of Nanami looking at the dusk scene in the snow in ecstasy. There was a click. The picture freezes. The color of the photo is quite perfect, and the composition can be called a professional artistic photo. Half girl, half transparent window glass. While the glass reflects the outline of the girl's transparent face, it also reflects the snowy dusk scene outside the car window. It would be no exaggeration to think that this photo could be used as a fashion poster in any magazine. The sound of taking pictures was heard by Tian Haikimingyu. She just turned her head and then kept her previous actions as if she didn't hear it. Tian Haikimingyu picked up the phone soon after. Sneak photo. No, I just think it looks good, it would be a pity not to take a photo. Sakakihara Raku replied on his mobile phone. No matter how well it is beautified, this is still a candid shot. If you think so, that's fine. Are you going to call the police? I just think there's something interesting about taking pictures of faces. Come to my bedroom today and I'll teach you how to take pictures. Sakakibara stared at this sentence 3 or 4 times, and after confirming that he understood it correctly, he suddenly raised his head. What he saw was Tian Haikiminyu's cold and delicate profile. Are you feeling it? No. Sakakibara helped Suzu up, who had fallen asleep on his lap. Grandma's resection surgery was performed today. After arriving at the hospital, you still need to wait for a while. The old lady was naturally very happy after seeing a few people come to see her again. Aling and Grandma also called the old lady, which made her feel quite comfortable. Grandma was quite surprised by the arrival of the 7 bright moons in the sky. Although the old man has stayed in the countryside for most of his life, he can still see the unique temperament of Tian Haikimingyu after seeing many people. At first glance, she looks like a well-educated lady. His movements and demeanor are very polite, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. Can I call you girl? Well, Grandma doesn't need to see anyone outside. Just feel free to do whatever you want. Good boy. After that, Mayako Sakakihara and Nanami had a long chat, and the general content was about how they got along with their daughters, grandsons, and granddaughters. Tian Haikimingyu responded fluently, and also vaguely expressed that she came here specifically to meet the old man. She also brought gifts, a finely carved platinum bracelet and a novel about strange things. The old man liked it very much. Before entering the operating room, the old man specifically said to Raku Sakakibara, "This girl is nice, she can talk, she is very beautiful, and she also gives gifts. Don't you think it's too cheap?" Sakakihara asked. Instead, Grandma said that she didn't like anything too expensive. If it was gold, or inlaid with diamonds and gems, it would be tacky. She couldn't stand it either. Silver or platinum ones would be nice. They would suit her needs and not be expensive at the same time. That girl seems to know that I like to read that book. Did you tell her? Sakakibara Raku could only reply no. He thought about it. Maybe she came to Grandma's house this morning and saw your bookcase. Careful. Grandma gave another compliment and then went into the operating room. The operation is a minor operation, and the probability of failure is naturally very small. But Grandma still had to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days after the operation. Grandma was in good spirits after the operation. Although she was always thinking about what surgery to do, she still accepted the current situation honestly. After the operation, Amami Nanamajetsu chatted with her grandmother for a long time. When Raku Sakakibara returned to the ward, he could always see his grandmother happy. Originally this was nothing and everyone was happy to hear it. But before leaving, Grandma called Sakakibara Raku into the room alone, took his hand and placed it on Amami Nanami's hand, and things suddenly went wrong. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 199. Tian Haikaimingyu's hands felt a little cold to the touch. It was so cold that Sakakibara Raku could only feel the coldness when he looked at her face. Looking up, she clearly had no expression, but it felt like she was smiling, a bit like her plan had succeeded. What's going on? Grandmother. The old lady didn't speak, but expressed her thoughts with her expression and the action of letting the two of them put their hands together. Girl just told me about your childhood. Sakakibara looked at Tian Haikaimingyu, hesitated for 2 seconds and then asked his grandmother, Grandma, do you still remember what happened at that time? Remember? Why don't you remember? My memory is not as bad as you think. I still remember that day, it was you who took the initiative to carry Kyo girl back home. Shall I carry it? That's not true, Grandma said, and folded her grandson's hand onto Chi Mingyu's. The girl's foot was injured at that time, and you carried her back on your own. Don't you remember? Tian Haikaimingyu cast a provocative look without emotion at this moment. Although she quickly took it back, Sakakibara knew what she meant. She was mocking the words she had praised herself for having a good memory before. Even Grandma can remember things, you say you have a good memory, okay. That's what she must have meant. Sakakibara Raku felt reluctant to be slapped in the face by himself. Don't you remember? He tried his best to maintain his expression and said to his grandmother. Indeed. I don't remember. The girl remembers it even when she is so young. Sakakibara tried his best to explain, Grandma, you know, when I was a child, I always forgot things every once in a while. It's normal to not be able to remember. Yes, that's right. The old lady thought about it carefully, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to have gained a few more wrinkles. You were always forgetful when you were a child. For a while, you couldn't even remember your mother's name. Just remember your sister. Mayako Sakakibara pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said to Raku Sakakibara. Don't get sidetracked. I mainly want to tell you that girl Kyo has been thinking of you for so many years. Yes, Sakakibara didn't know what to say, so he could only nod in agreement. I talked to her so much today. Before Grandma could speak, she suddenly hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Grandma, I'm going to the bathroom, Tian Haikaimingyu said suddenly, and at the same time he took out his hand. Grandma smiled and nodded, oh, okay, girl, go ahead. Tian Haikaimingyu came to Grandma's ward at the right time. Sakakibara looked at her back as she left and locked the door. He could only praise her for being tall. She was really tall. Once she left, Grandma could talk freely. Well, I'm here, Grandma. Today, the girl stayed with me all day. I can see that she is a very good child, knowledgeable, courteous, considerate, and more beautiful than a witch. Although she didn't tell me clearly, she never left your side when chatting. I can tell she likes you. True or false? Sakakihara pretended to be stunned. Don't say you didn't see it. No, we have such a serious relationship. What, adopted brothers and sisters are nothing. The girl is a good girl. She is such a good girl and has such an outstanding appearance. You don't like her? Grandma looked unbelievable. It's not that I don't like it. That's what I like, Grandma said affirmatively. I talked a lot with her about your childhood, and I missed it very much when we talked about it. She was not even 4 years old at that time, but she couldn't even bear the thought of you giving her an orange. Remember them all. You also said that you went outside to pick them for her. When she said it, I also remembered it. You said you were worried that she would be bored sitting there after her leg was bandaged, so you went to the orange orchard outside to pick an orange and bring it back to her to eat. Grandma sighed and continued speaking seriously. Tell me, why does she remember such a small thing so clearly? Perhaps she has a good memory. Sakakihara continued to play dumb. You kid, Grandma was angry. Weren't you very smart when you were a child? Why are you so confused now? This is because she is thinking about your kindness to her. You said that even if you give an orange, she can remember it from the age of 5. How heavy is this feeling to her now? Sakakihara Raku couldn't deny. That's it? Anyway, you can't remember clearly. Let me tell you. After you carried the girl back that day, you carried her back to the hotel. A few days later, the girl came to see you again. When the girl came, she didn't how happy she is, it's dull, but she soon became happy when she saw you. You even took her and Aling to visit the village together for several days. Is this happening? Yes. Why not? Grandma said with certainty. I don't know what you are playing, but I heard the bread seller Rujui on the next street said that you took them to visit the orange grove, and then went to the stream. We took her to the mountains to see the scenery, and finally ran to the pier to take them on a boat ride to watch fishing. Anyway, you took her almost all around the village in the past few days. Hearing this, Sakakihara couldn't help but subconsciously blurted out, have I done so many things? Grandma smiled cheerfully and said, of course, weren't you unable to sit still when you were a child? You always liked to walk around and see things. People in the village said you were smart, and you also knew how to pay attention to safety while leading others to play. Don't go to dangerous places. Sakakibara asked, Grandma, it stands to reason that I am still an outsider to Nanamai Minjaya when I was a child, right? A little girl always follows an outsider, and her mother didn't say anything. I don't know why. Anyway, her mother never came to see her, and she went back on time. Ale, do you remember anything? It seems like a little bit, but I can't remember exactly. Sakakihara Raku felt as if he had experienced such a scene. But that's all. Just a little bit of dust fell off the screws on the memory door. If things from my childhood weren't particularly impressive, I really wouldn't be able to remember them at all. Since then, the girl has come to see you every day. I can see that she is very happy. Until the last day, when they were leaving, she came to see you before leaving. She didn't like to talk at that time. But I can see that she likes you. So, Ale, can you understand this girl's feelings for you? I can completely understand, but this is all a matter of childhood. Are you trying to say that things from childhood are unimportant? It doesn't mean that. Well, yes, for some people, things that happened when they were young are not important, but everyone has exceptions. This girl is the one who takes things like childhood very seriously. She has not forgotten it. What do you think of her? Beautiful, very smart, and very knowledgeable Sakakibara silently ignored Nanami Mingzuki's series of bad habits in his heart. Do you like her? Such a beautiful girl. I can't say I like it, but I can't say I don't feel it either. Isn't it just that I like you? Oh, Ali, please cherish this feeling. We met again and again when we were young. What a fate we hope for so much. The key is that she still remembers you. She always remembers you. I still remember that after more than a year, she met again. I came to see you once. Sakaki Hararaku remembered that Juliuli seemed to have said this. It's a pity that you moved away at that time and she didn't see you. I don't know where you went specifically. It's also my fault that your bastard dad didn't do a good job as an electrician. He disliked the low salary and had to go to some big city. Don't even mention the place. This issue. I really can't blame Dad. At that time, he really couldn't work as an electrician and was about to be laid off, so he thought about going to Tokyo to make a living. As for the old people, honest rural people, they feel that if they wait a little longer, they really can't go home and grow vegetables. But my father can't sit still about growing vegetables. This is not his ideal. He has always said that he wants to go to a big city. He wants to go to a big city. Disagreement naturally leads to quarrels. One party is determined to move, and the other party is determined not to agree. The quarrel had no results. On the contrary, the old people and the father were angry with each other and directly cut off contact. Grandpa and Grandpa were originally dissatisfied with their son-in-law. At that time, my grandfather was so angry that my mother always listened to my father's words and forbade my grandmother to contact them. The letters my mother secretly sent back were directly thrown into the sea. This can only be described as a conflict caused by differences of opinion. Alas, as a wife at that time, my mother could only listen to her husband's words due to the circumstances. My mother at that time was not the mother who can take care of herself now. She is just a woman who just came out of the village to work hard in Tokyo and knows nothing. Sakakibara was happy to see his grandmother getting so angry when talking about his father, and comforted him. Grandma, it's all over. Do you think Grandpa's anger has gone away? Okay, let's not talk about him. Girl Kyo looks good. I'm very good at judging people. Your mother didn't listen to me last time and married your bastard father. You must listen to me this time. Have a good time with July girl. What? You don't want to? Raku Sakakihara was really embarrassed to tell her grandmother that she was already in a relationship with her twin sister. No, I shouldn't have done that. Grandma frowned and said strangely, what's wrong? The law doesn't prohibit it. Didn't I see a few of them in the village before? There are even more outrageous things. Logically speaking, you should have seen it when you went to the big city of Tokyo. It's better to have more. Why do you still care about this relationship? That's not the reason. Okay, Ali, why are you still hesitant? You were not like this before. Oh, I understand, you must feel embarrassed to be with Kiyoyedu. After all, you have only known each other for a short time. Excuse me? Does it mean that after seeing all of Chi Minjio often comes to take off his bed? He didn't say anything about her forcefully kissing him 3 times. There were suddenly more and more random complaints in my heart. Young people today are much more open-minded than we were back then. If you have sex with each other, you will definitely have a crush on her. I don't believe any man wouldn't be attracted to her like that. As Grandma talked, Sakakibara got 2 more tickets. He was immediately shocked. Grandma, where did you get the movie tickets? Aren't you going to be in the operating room to remove the tumor in the afternoon? Where do you think I came from? Sakakihara thought for 2 seconds and only thought of one person. It must have been given to Grandma by Chi Minjio. You guessed it, right? What did you mean when she asked me to turn the corner and give you 2 movie tickets? Sakakihara turned his face to the side, scratched the back of his head and said, I don't understand. Grandma laughed angrily and scolded her with a smile, pretend to be stupid. Why are you so shy? People have hinted at you like this, but you are already shy even though you are not shy yet. Dot. Promise Grandma. Promise what? Watch a movie with the girl. Don't tell me that Grandma is relying on her old man to cheat on you. You are the man and you have to take the initiative. Are you willing to give up such a good girl to other men? Why don't you have a clear head? As the old lady spoke, she had a tendency to hit Sakakibara Raku on the head with a big chestnut. Sakakibara Raku couldn't stand the majesty of the old lady, so he quickly stopped and asked. Can I not go? No, Grandma looked serious, even showing the majesty of an elder. If you don't go, it's just like your mother was just angry with me. Grandma, I have someone I like. Who? Dot. Grandma saw through it at a glance. You can't even say the name right away, but you still said you have someone you like. I like her sister. Oh, I know now. Girl Kyo told me that you and she fell in love once, but they broke up again. Sakakibara didn't want to offend the old lady. She had just undergone surgery and was pregnant again. She must be happy. There's nothing wrong with saying yes to a movie. But what about Julie Yulai? If Julie Yulai knew about this, he would definitely be jealous, right? Sakakihara Raku always remembered the way Kuruori got up at 4 in the morning to help her pack her clothes, and then straightened her collar. That hug full of love and dependence made people really reluctant to leave her. I'll go talk to Chi Minjio. As long as the discussion is suitable, I will go. You kid, why are you hesitating? What a wonderful girl. She thinks of you everywhere, and talks about you intentionally or unintentionally when chatting. Oh, that's alright, go back soon. Well, okay, Grandma, you just finished the operation, please take a rest. Okay, but I still hope you don't have time to see me tomorrow, Grandma said with a smile. Also, I hope Grandma won't tell Mom about Chi Minjio. Huh? Why? Girl Kyo said the same thing. Because once I tell my mother, the whole family will be in chaos. Of course, Sakakibara Raku couldn't say it directly now. This puts me under too much pressure. Grandma thought about it carefully and did not deny it. That's right. Just let the elders know that one of them likes you. This is one of the reasons why Sakakibara didn't take the initiative to tell her grandmother that she was in love with Kuruori. If all the elders knew about his love triangle. The two sisters also had a bad relationship because of this. I am not a pure sinner. After exchanging pleasantries with her grandmother, Sakakibara left the ward. After Sakakihara closed the door to the ward, Grandma seemed to suddenly remember something, but she couldn't quite figure it out. Grandma just wrinkled deeply and muttered to herself in extremely vague memories. It seems that Nanaka and Tomomi got married. I brought a few kids to the wedding. What did the girl ask Ale? Raku Sakakibara left her grandmother's hospital room. At first glance, he saw Tian Hikaiminyu standing next to the door. She stood up straight with her eyes closed, as if she was waiting for herself intentionally. Standing so close to the door, does that count as eavesdropping? Even without eavesdropping, I can guess 80% to 90% of the conversation between you and Grandma. Tian Hikaiminyu opened her eyes and glanced at the 2 movie tickets in his hand. Then he raised his eyes and looked at him. Do you really want to scold me? No, but are you taking advantage of Grandma? I didn't. I just conveyed my intention to Grandma. Obviously, Grandma supported me. What can Raku Sakakibara say, except that Nanamiyuki is brilliant? But I'm sorry, Chi Minjio, I really can't remember what happened when I was a child. I heard some things from my grandma when I was a child. You can't remember, but I still remember. There is no need for Raku Sakakibara to ask Nanami Mingzuki, do you really like what I said? This is nonsense, which can make Chi Minjio put down her arrogance and confess her love so many times. Can she not like herself? But just like what her grandmother said to herself, her feelings were too heavy. Tianhai Chi Minjio crossed her arms with her hands on her chest, leaving only a cold profile. You may want to say that I am shameless and only use people, but the fact is that tomorrow, you have to go to the movies with me. I haven't fully agreed with Grandma on this matter, Sakakibara said with a smile. Really? It seems that Grandma doesn't want to force you, but you said it's not complete, which means you have the conditions. Sure enough, Xiaoqiu was smart and deduced his own thoughts in one go. Sakakibara admitted, I have to ask Juriuri about this first. How? I got back together with her. I know. So her opinion must be sought. Oh, he is such a good man. If you have never had any lust for me. When she said this, Chi Minjio was obviously unhappy. Ken. That's an erotic dream. It's completely different, okay, Sakakihara couldn't help but say. The essence of erotic dreams is that your body's hormone production is too high, which also means that you need a point to vent. And you chose me, not my sister. This proves that your body has cheated on your sister at some level. Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at him and said, in the final analysis, he is still a scumbag. Hateful. What she said makes sense. Hard to argue with. But what I want to say is, one's actions do not matter one's heart. But if your heart is gone, how long can your trace last? Chi Minjio was really angry. Sakakihara Raku could hear it. How much affection Yi and my sister have, even if it is the truth, I don't want to hear it. Don't expect me to be generous. From the beginning when you know me, you should understand that I am a very stingy person. And I shouldn't be arrogant. You can't be generous with this kind of thing. Then you took the initiative to push me to Juliuli in the first place. Who knew my sister would do that? Everything would be messed up. Fine. Sakakibara Raku, so, tell me your purpose Nanami. It's very simple. Come and watch a movie with me tomorrow. Frost Moon Limited Time Mission. Mission goal, accept the invitation from Tianhai Kaimingyu. Reward props, Dream Corridor. Sakakihara Raku only glanced at it and then wiped this thing out of his sight. I won't ask you what you can get from watching a movie. Yes, I agree, but I have to ask Juliuli first. As your brother, come with me. It's different now, Chi Minjio. Even so, Juliuli will still be jealous because of this. Then you plan to make me jealous, Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at him. Sakakihara Raku was stunned. It's strange. Why can I still hear something sweet? Then you plan to make me jealous. No, it really can't be done. As soon as he saw Chi Minjio's cold face, and then combined it with her words, the more he looked at it, the more arrogant and honey smell he got. There has to be a choice, right? Then you want to make Grandma unhappy? You have such an ignorant grandson. Yes. Grandma is indeed under pressure, and she really likes Chi Minjio. When she sees herself and Chi Minjio together, she will definitely feel better. If I want to be disobedient, my grandma will treat me as the second disobedient mother. The doctor just told them not to make the elderly angry. At this age, mood can greatly affect the condition. 7 bright moons, cruel enough. I then ask. Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly changed her words again, seemingly confident. Sakakihara was so angry that he couldn't figure out what her tricks were, but anyway, he wanted to ask Juriuri first. Mom and Aling finished shopping for today's groceries and returned to the hospital. Mom and Grandma said hello and asked the two of them to catch the bus first. On the bus, Sakakibara used his mobile phone to talk to Juliuli about a lot of today's events. It also talked about Chi Minjio's little plan and his current situation. Just watching movies. Sakakihara Raku, yes, I definitely shouldn't go. I don't want to go, and I don't think I can go. Kuruuri, you don't have to think too much about me, just do it according to your own ideas. But if you don't go, Grandma will be unhappy, right? That's true, but I respect your thoughts more, Juliuli. Go ahead. In less than 3 seconds, Tianhai Juliuli sent another such message. This made Sakakibara stare and think for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask. Can I ask why? Why did Juliuli agree? Apple message prompt sound. I trust you. In the bus with the snow filling the sky outside the window, Sakakihara Raku stared at this sentence for a long time. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 200. As expected, it's still snowing. The next day, Raku Sakakibara opened the window when he woke up in the morning. The cold air suddenly penetrated into the house along the cracks and swept in. This made him shiver all over and he quickly closed the window. Is it already so cold in November this year? He couldn't help but think, looking around, his grandmother's house looked very dark, as if there was an invisible shadow shrouding it. The wind outside the window made the slightly old windows rattle, giving people a feeling of loneliness. After getting up and putting on warm winter cotton clothes, Raku Sakakibara prepared to go downstairs and prepare a cup of hot water to drink as a habit. When passing by his sister's room, he pushed aside the barrier and took a look inside. On a bed with a white quilt, Suzu Sakakihara was still asleep. She wrapped her body tightly in the quilt, like a silkworm chrysalis, as if she wanted to lock herself tightly under the quilt. That means I won't kick the quilt off in winter. Close the shoji with a hiss. Walking up the stairs that made strange wooden noises, Raku Sakakihara went down to the first floor. The corridor leading to the living room and kitchen requires passing by the entrance hall. Sakakihara accidentally glanced over there and suddenly found that the entrance door was ajar. Why is the door open? If you look slightly to the left, you will find a half-girl figure standing outside. He thought to himself, it should be Kaiminyu. Sakakihara zipped up his cotton-padded jacket, put on outdoor shoes, opened the half-open door and walked out. The glare of the day made it almost impossible for Sakakihara Raku to open his eyes for a moment, and the cold air kept creeping into his body from his collar like crazy, extinguishing the remaining warmth in the bed after getting up. Sakakibara shivered again and looked forward again. I saw the girl standing quietly in the snowy sky, looking at the distant field ridges and the distant ridges covered by wind and snow. Sakakibara didn't know what she was doing, but he could only see that her long flaxen hair was stained with many tiny white snow spots, as if she had been standing for a long time. The wind and snow that could blur the vision also seemed to make her figure ethereal. Sakakibara approached her with the snow on his head. Chi Minjio, you are going to catch a cold standing here. I know, she replied. Then why are you still here? Tianhai Kaimingyu looked up at the swirling white snow, because I have never seen such heavy snow before, and the sky is covered with snow. So, you came out to see the snow? Yeah. Do you want to know what I was thinking just now? In no mood. Tianhai Kaimingyu ignored his refusal and said to herself, I was thinking that on such a cold day, if an unpopular person was buried in the snow like this, few people would be sad for her. Bar. What are you referring to? Sakakibara heard something was wrong and asked quickly. Nanami returned her gaze and stared at Sakakibara Raku's expression for a long time. Are you anxious? Do you think I will do something stupid? I think, Chi Minjio, you are indeed the kind of person who will say nothing and then disappear silently. It seems you are still worried about my absence. What did you say just now? Sakakihara asked worriedly. You want to ask me if I have that thought. Right. I can only answer that it has happened before. Tian Haikaiminyu brushed the snow off her body and said, "Okay, are you ready to go on a date with me today? Not just watching a movie. Do you believe it? Does sister believe it? You believe it, you believe it, I believe it, I believe it." Tian Haikaiminyu crossed her arms and had no intention of arguing with him. Sakakibara sighed, "Then you should go back to the house first, so as not to catch a cold later. We will go back when the snow subsides." Nanami did not refuse, but when walking back to the house, she suddenly asked Sakakibara Raku, "Are you still looking forward to staying with me?" To say that there is none at all, I would just be lying to myself. There seemed to be an imperceptible smile on Tian Haikaimingyu's lips. She closed her eyes and walked towards the entrance. "You are now one step closer to being a scumbag. Even so, you have to understand that it is impossible for me to leave Julie Yulai now. If I do anything that I feel sorry for Julie Yulai again, I'm afraid she will behave in that extreme way. Afraid that my sister will commit suicide. I'm afraid she'll stab me with a hatchet, and you too." The 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea smile after a long time. Naturally, Sakakibara Raku had to talk to Sakakibara Suzu about going out. She rarely leaves the bedroom in winter and likes to lie in her bed and play game consoles. "What? Are you going to the city again today?" Going to see Grandma?" That's right, Sakakibara Raku wasn't lying. He had gone to the city and he definitely wanted to see his grandma before coming back. Sakakibara Suzu crawled under the quilt with her head on the quilt. When she heard that he was leaving, she put down the game console. She also lowered her voice and lowered her eyes. "I feel like I haven't been able to see you much lately." Sakakibara leaned back with his right hand, sat on the tatami and smiled at her. "Do you miss my brother? I asked you to stay and play games with me." Sakakibara Suzu took out the game console from the heated bed and looked at him with purple eyes. "Your brother is not a Superman, so he can't be separated." Sakakibara Suzu was disgusted with her face. "Then you used to always brag in front of me that you could do anything. Isn't that just to make you feel at ease?" Sakakibara Suzu-chan buried her face into the pillow, like a ball of anger. "Then let's go." "Are you letting me go? I have nothing to do with you. I'm just your sister. Even if you fall in love with someone else, it has nothing to do with me." "Why do you say this so angry? This is a fact." With her face buried, Suzu Sakakibara kicked her feet up and down under the quilt. Probably because her head was stuffy for a long time and she couldn't breathe, she suddenly raised her head again. Her hair was messy and she said again, "But as promised before, my birthday is coming soon." I know what you mean." Sakakibara Suzu leaned her face sideways on the pillow. "I don't have to ask for a gift. It would be great if you could say happy birthday to me and pick me up at the company on a rainy day like before. No one remembered my birthday before. Mom is busy. You are the only one who still remembers to say happy birthday to me. Happy birthday." Sakakibara inexplicably thought of the completely different Nanamayu from before. Everyone seems to feel very strongly about this sentence. "Oh, Aling, let me say what if. What if I hate you, 100% of the time, what would you do? Really 100%? It's 100% annoying. Of course, I'm talking about what if." Sakakibara Suzu pouted and thought for a while, then drew circles on the tatami with her fingers. "If you really hate me, then I will ignore you and just ignore you. No one cares. I don't care at all." She whispered like this, her voice getting slower and slower, and then, Sakakibara discovered that there was suddenly a little crystal water in the corner of her eyes. Before he could see clearly, Sakakibara Suzu slammed her head into the pillow. She hammered the tatami up and down with her fists, as if struggling unwillingly. "It's so annoying. Why do you ask such a question? Why ask this question? On the one hand, I wanted to ask Ling Chi Minjiu's possible reaction, and on the other hand, I wanted to understand Chi Minjiu's mood. Depression, chest tightness, discomfort. Now he has experienced it. To be honest, Sakaki Hararaku didn't want this either. As before, everyone is happy, isn't it great? The little devil character of Chi Minjiu is also quite interesting. Speaking of which, Chi Minjiu seems to have become more and more cold-hearted since the fireworks display. Sakaki Hararaku felt that she was no longer like the naughty sister who teased her sister and then called him her sister's boyfriend when they first met. Chi Minjiu seems to be getting more and more unhappy. After the snow subsided, the bus stopped in downtown Songshan. Although they were going to see a movie together, Sakaki Bararaku and Amami Nanami didn't exchange a word on the bus. Even when I walked to the cinema, I only said a few words. The movie is an ordinary niche literary film. It tells the story of the protagonist, Miss Ichiko, who returns to the countryside to take care of her grandma. After experiencing the quiet death of her grandma, her only relative, Miss Ichiko, who had lost her goals, decided to leave everything behind and take a trip that was only hers. Raku Sakakibara can watch this type of movie because sometimes he also thinks, a long journey sounds pretty good. Certainly. While Sakakibara Raku was watching the movie, he did not forget to be wary of Amami Nanamijetsu sitting next to him. He guessed that she might secretly pull his hand and put it under her skirt or something strange. But not at all. Tian Haikimingyu sat quietly in that position throughout the whole process, watching the movie silently. There was no unusual behavior at all. To talk about the only interaction between her and herself. That's when she handed herself the uneaten popcorn. After watching the movie, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There was light snow falling over the city, and there were scattered pedestrians on the streets. Most people chose to bury their faces in thick scarves, put their hands in their pockets, and walk quickly. The two of them hadn't had lunch yet. Sakaki Hararaku didn't take any initiative when he went out this time. Nanamayu was leading him around the whole time. I thought she would choose some restaurant to eat, but she didn't expect that she would choose a roadside ramen shop. She ordered a beef ramen with clear soup from the uncle inside. Naturally, Sakaki Hararaku followed her, ordered the same ramen and sat down. The ramen was finished quickly. Take it. What? Paper to wipe your mouth. Oraku Sakaki Hara took it blankly, thank you, thank you. Tian Haikimingyu did not respond. After that, the two of them didn't say their destination, they just got up and walked slowly in the city. Seeing that Tenkai Nanamayu still had nothing to say, Sakaki Hara could not help but be curious and asked her. Didn't you say you don't like ramen? I don't like it. Why don't you speak? I'm very tired and don't want to talk. Tian Haikimingyu had no intention of continuing to speak, and the topic came to an abrupt end. The two walked to the playground in Songshan City. Tian Haikimingyu looked up and then walked in. Ferris wheel project. Are you sure you want to go in and sit down? Sakaki Hara asked. Sit down. Tian Haikimingyu said this and went to queue without saying a word. There were quite a few people riding the Ferris wheel on this day, probably because of the heavy snowfall in the morning. When Chi Minjiu was lining up, many boys around her stared at her. Her eyes were visibly hot, but no one dared to go up and talk to her. I'm afraid this is the temperament cultivated since childhood. Sakakibara thought to himself. Take it. Tian Haikimingyu bought 2 tickets and handed one of them to herself. Sakakibara waited with her under the rest pavilion. The amusement park was decorated with snowflakes, and most of the children were running happily in the open space, making the place full of childlike colors. Why is Chi Minjiu so weird today? Shouldn't it be normal? It's too normal to be weird. Wait, you're not really going to do something stupid, are you? Today is your farewell to me before we leave. I won't do it if I say no, Tian Haikaimingu said indifferently. She stood up and looked at the man and woman walking off the Ferris wheel. Okay, it's our turn. Oh. The Ferris wheel slowly lifted into the sky. You can even see the iconic castle tower in the center of Matsuyama City. The whole city was shrouded in snow. Although they rode the Ferris wheel together, Tian Haikaimingu didn't sit next to her. She sat across from her alone, with her little hands with half-covered cuffs flat on her legs. Wearing several layers of white scarves, she tilted her head, breathed in the hot air, and looked at the city outside the Ferris wheel. Same strange environment. Got off the Ferris wheel. Tian Haikaimingu took her to the amusement park and visited various facilities. I tried all the roller coasters, pirate ships, big pendulums, etc. Although it's a bit strange and concerned about Chi Minjiu's condition. Overall, it's a good experience after playing it. Later, I went to the amusement park to buy skewers, banana chocolate, and takoyaki. Every time I bought these foods, Nanamayu would ask Sakakibara Raku if he wanted one. Most of the time he said he wanted one. In this way, except for the haunted house, the two of them visited the amusement park. I also ate it all. Nanamajetsu didn't seem tired, but Sakakibara Raku was. Some projects were so exciting that he couldn't stand it, but Tian Haikaimingu showed no expression during the whole process. The time also went from 1:30 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening. It was getting dark. Raku Sakakihara sat on a bench in the playground, looking at the ice sculptures in front of him that had been carved overnight in recent days. The colorful neon lights of the playground illuminated his face, and from time to time, the excited screams of children came from a distance. Take it. Milk tea. Well, it's for you. Sakakihara Raku did not refuse, took the milk tea she bought, and tentatively touched the hot cup wall with both hands. There was warmth in his palms, and the chill in his body seemed to dissipate a lot. Tian Haikaimingu sat down next to him and looked with him at the ice sculptures with different expressions in front of them, as well as the children playing in the snow under the ice sculptures. At this moment, the snow is still flying in the night sky. Are you curious? Tian Haikaimingu's voice suddenly rang in her ears after taking a few sips of milk tea. Sakakibara turned her head and found her eyes staring at the milk tea in her hand. I'm very curious. Do you think I will have any plans against you if I call you out today? And then you will be on every possible precaution against me today. Yes. Tian Haikaimingu pondered for a while, and scratched the wall of the milk tea cup with her fingertips. Everything today is my first time trying it. Including ramen. This is my first time taking someone to eat ramen. Alright. Tian Haikaimingu's voice was as clear as lake water. No one has ever been willing to take me to do these things, and I have never experienced it. Including watching movies and going to the amusement park. Yes, Amma Haikaimingu agreed. My sister and I have never been to a movie or an amusement park. The only experience we had when we were young was when my mother took my sister and me to travel to Ehime Prefecture. I still practice piano most of the time. So, I wanted to try it today. Fine. I like you. So, today I mainly want you to stay with me. Even if you don't come into contact with me, it doesn't matter. Just stay with me. Today, is it that simple? Well, it's that simple. The air was solid again. Why did Tian Haikaimingu say these words without any heaviness, but instead said these words very easily? However, Sakakihara Raku always felt depressed and uncomfortable. Didn't you ask me before why I suddenly took you to take wedding photos? Right. I know you don't remember, but I remember it very clearly. That day was the wedding of Mr. Nanaka and Miss Tomomi. Grandma took you to attend. I happened to be looking for you at the time and went along the way. The wedding was very successful and very happy. Happiness. Tian Haikaimingu held the steaming milk tea, and every time she said a word, a faint mist would float out of her mouth. I still remember clearly that everyone's faces were smiling, guests, neighbors, family members, parents, everyone was laughing, applauding, and blessing Mr. Nanaka and Miss Tomomi. That was also the first time I saw a wedding. The first time I saw it, I was very envious of that scene. I also wanted to wear such beautiful clothes. I also wanted everyone to smile at me like this. That's when I said I want to wear that dress, and you said to me, I'll take you to wear it if I have a chance. I asked why, and you replied that I'm cute and it would look good on me. Then I nodded and you smiled. You know well, the moment you smile, my heart is full of trust. I believe and I also expect that there will be a moment. But the day after that, I went back to Tokyo. The light in the distance outlines the face of Tian Haikaimingu. The moment her eyes overlap with the light, all the images become blurry. Sakakibara didn't know what to say. He was thinking about why he said those words at that time. Maybe I just wanted to coax the children. But if you think about it carefully, it is very possible that you are just saying whatever you want. But the person in front of me remembered it until now. This feeling is too heavy. Isn't it ridiculous? I still remember you said that no one would take what you said when you were young seriously. But I actually took it seriously. Am I pitifully stupid? Tian Haikaimingu asked him calmly. Sakakibara fell silent again. After that, of course I know that you probably said it to me casually, and maybe you didn't take it to heart at all. My father doesn't come home every night, and my sister has to listen to my mother. When I practice piano and I'm alone, I will climbing up to the roof and looking at the moon. I always think about the wedding that day and what you promised me. What if it is true? What if he still remembers it? Facts have proved that fools will always be fools. Believe what you want to believe. Nanamijiyo's words made Sakakibara feel so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. I like you. Sakakibara Raku felt sorry for Nanamijetsu, he really felt sorry for her. But then I remembered getting up early in the morning to pack my clothes. Look, I confessed again and again, and each time I was rejected. I'm tired, and you are tired too, right? Isn't it difficult to make a choice between me and my sister every day? Yes. I know I shouldn't attach so much importance to what happened when I was a child. I couldn't change it before, but now, I think I should try to change it. Let's make a change. Okay. How to change? You agree to my request, and I promise to treat you as my stepbrother from now on, and we won't have to be so tired from now on. Any request? Be my boyfriend for an hour. Why this? You understand why I want to say that? Sakakibara understands that she is almost a sick person in her heart. Are you satisfied with this? How can I be satisfied? It's just that I will start to try to let myself go. I like you, but you always ignore me. Every time I see you and my sister, I feel dissatisfied. I don't want this. Promise, how about I come back, even if it's only for a while. I like you confession again. But still no response. Why don't you agree? You have completely cut off your relationship with me, okay. Nothing can disturb you and my sister in the future. I agreed. Raku Sakakihara took a deep breath, then looked at her. What do you want from me, your 1-hour boyfriend? Kiss me, then take me to the night market, and then go home. Hesitation will only make it more uncomfortable. I only want a moment, and you won't agree to it. Indescribable emotions oppressed Sakakihara Raku's brain. Nanamijiyo's feelings, her words, she was almost a request for prayer. Obviously he had agreed to be her boyfriend for 1 hour. But still hesitating. Sakakibara calmed down and looked at Amami Nanamajetsu, who was waiting for him. She sat very upright, and could be said to be very well behaved and reserved. Relative. No, you have to kiss. If you continue to cut off, you will be subject to chaos. She promised Chi Minjio that her life would get back on track, and she also promised to treat herself simply as a sworn brother from now on. She was tired of confessing her love, and she felt heartbroken when she rejected him again and again. This time, let's make a difference from what happened before. Scumbag. He is a scumbag to begin with. Sakakibara took Nanami's hand and took the initiative to kiss her thin pink lips. The 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea met his movements just in time, and he closed his eyes in the twinkling lights of the carousel behind the bench. Soft and sweet, mixed with the fragrance of milk tea, rippling in your mouth. This is the 4th time. Do you want to say that you don't like Kaiming? No, it's impossible not to like it. The things I had done with her before were either happy or uncomfortable. Every time I see her show a different side, I feel happy. Even if I used a loudspeaker to call myself a fool on the street last time, I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. I like to see Chi Minjio's face, her legs, and her teasing, sometimes intentionally or unintentionally. Although I embarrass myself every time, I do feel it. There are also scenes of her confessing her love again and again, and the scene of her clinging to his back when he carried her on his back. Quiet and a little warm. These things were like a revolving door, constantly flashing back in my mind at the moment of kissing. Yes, I do like Chi Minjio, and it is difficult to let her go. But now, it's all over. Click. When Sakaki Hararaku heard the sound of taking photos, he immediately withdrew his mind. Looking again, Tianhai Kaimingyu, who was sitting opposite him, had a mobile phone in his hand at some point. And what was on the phone was a picture of him and her kissing on the bench. This made him unbelievable. Chi Minjio. Sakaki Hara suddenly and immediately had the idea of snatching the phone from her hand. But he hasn't taken action yet. It's useless, Tianhai Chi Minjio said directly while holding her mobile phone. The photos are automatically backed up in the cloud. No one can get them without my password. You think I will give up? Think I will take the initiative to admit defeat? Tianhai Chi Minjio's eyes were as cold as ice. I tell you, Sakakibara Raku, it's impossible. I want you to be responsible. Your mistake is that you shouldn't have treated me once, twice, or 3 times. That's great, I've remembered it for more than 10 years, and just for a moment, you're going to make me forget it all. Over. Sakaki Hararaku knew that he had been tricked. This whole day, Kaimingyu has been brewing this atmosphere. Make him agree, force him to agree. Angry, annoyed, regretful. Also, depressed. Sakaki Hara sighed, convinced, he was really convinced by her. Not only photos, but also videos. You kissed me for 2 minutes just now. Tell me, if my sister sees the scene again, and it was you who took the initiative, what will her expression be like? Although I can understand Chi Minjio. But Sakaki Hararaku was indeed angry. You lied to me, what about what you promised? Promised to treat you as my adopted brother? This is absolutely fine. Does it conflict with the relationship I want? You are awesome, okay. Besides, how many times have you, Sakaki Bararaku, lied to me since I was little? How can you just say you forget and you can write it all off? Don't even think about it? Sakakibara couldn't refute. This is indeed the cause and effect planted by oneself. When all is traced back to the root cause, isn't it the sin he made when he was a child? Isn't he now repaying for what he did when he was a child? Although this is the case, why am I so aggrieved? Moreover, and I just thought so much. He also made it clear that he really likes Chi Minjio. I want to be angry but I can't. A beautiful girl still clings to him. Sakaki Hararaku really doesn't know what to do. What do you plan to do with this photo? Have you figured it out? Yes, that's right, I like you, and I, Sakaki Hararaku, have feelings for you. Tian Haikimingyu's expression is very intriguing. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? If you admit it earlier, there is no need to develop into what it is now. Besides, you are a scumbag. Yes, I am a scumbag. I am. Sakaki Hara smiled bitterly and said, isn't this what you want to see? I won't send the photo to my sister for the time being. In the next few days, I want you to think carefully about how to handle this matter. Okay. When Sakakibara shouted this word, he knew his life in front of Julie. It's over. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 201. That night, Sakakibara was hiding in his bed, holding his cell phone in both hands. In the darkness, only the bright light of the cell phone screen illuminated his face. Complex, tangled, uncomfortable. Can't sleep. A feeling called guilt brewed in my heart. In the chat column with Tianhai Julie. Sorry, these 3 words are repeated over and over again, deleted and re-entered. Or not. Sakakibara took several breaths, and finally felt that he should not tell this matter to Julie. He turned off his cell phone and poked his head out of the bed. Started looking at the bedroom ceiling in the snowy night. His eyes overlapped with a figure in his mind. He recalled Juliuli's appearance. 9-colored glaze. Juliuli. Every time she sees him, she is full of dependence and love. There is love in those eyes, there is guilt, there is also the need to be inseparable from yourself, and you want to be good to yourself. Thinking about it, Sakakibara recalled how she got up at 4 in the morning to help her organize her clothes. Well, although he is indeed a scumbag, while I like Chi Minjiao, I feel equally reluctant to let go of Juliuli. Tisk. There was a rather soft push on the door. Immediately afterwards, a faint voice sounded in Sakakibara's ears. Come over here and move your position for me. Turning his head, Sakaki Hararaku discovered that Nanami came to his bed wrapped in a quilt. How did you come? I want to chat with you. Okay, come over here and let me have a place to lie down. Sakaki Hararaku was originally going to say, why do I let you lie here with me, to Nanami Minjiao. But then I thought about it. Chi Minjiao would come to him if he didn't have a perfect plan. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She must have all kinds of tricks to force herself to move to her. It's better to just get out of the way. Sakaki Hara thought so and moved towards the other end of the floor. You know the truth. Tian Haikimingyu glanced at him, then lay down on the right side of his sleeper bed and wrapped herself in her own quilt again. The two of them looked at each other in the dark room. The atmosphere is weird. Sakakibara couldn't help but ask, why did you come to see me again at night? Aren't you cold? I came to talk to my boyfriend. Who is your boyfriend? Someone promised to be my boyfriend for an hour. But hasn't that time already passed? Don't be ridiculous. You only kissed me for 2 minutes. How long was that? After we kissed, we went home. You didn't fulfill your promise at all. Your boyfriend measures time by the length of the kiss. That's right. Sakakibara didn't want to talk to her about these useless things. Although there is a beautiful girl sleeping next to him, he feels very happy both mentally and physically. But Sakakibara didn't want to fall into her trap. Tell me the truth, why did you come to me at night? Tian Haikimingyu covered herself with the quilt, stretched her snow-white neck, leaned her head on the other side of his pillow and said, you must have been thinking about your sister just now, right? You still have the nerve to say that? I feel like I'm completely sorry for Juliuli right now. Sakaki Hararaku wanted to sigh deeply. But he felt that he was not qualified to sigh. So, you are a scumbag. Yes, Sakaki Hararaku did not deny, I am a scumbag. Do you like me? I just like you, Chi Minjio. What do you like? Your face, personality, and legs are so beautiful that no man can be tempted by you, including me. Because of his frankness, Tian Haikaimingu had an imperceptible smile on his lips. In my opinion, there is no difference between you and the group of men in the playground who constantly look at me and want to do something wrong to me. They are all lustful men. What man is not lustful? It's just that some people have principles. Like you. Yes, for example, I am a little worse than Lu Ziyi. I can't sit still in my arms, but I can hold back even if you take off your clothes and run into my bed. Do you think I have any principles? That's true. Tianhai Chi Minjia was non-committal, but a scumbag must have the consciousness of a scumbag. It's only a matter of time before you cheat. Do you have to understand that being sorry for girls is not the most basic trait of a scumbag? Oh, if we date, you will be the first person I cheat on. Tian Haikaimingu didn't care, and even raised the corner of her mouth slightly. You can give it a try, I guarantee that the woman will cry and leave you on her own initiative. Then I will protect her. Oh, can you protect me? I must protect you, Sakakibara said solemnly. Tian Haikaimingu looked at him for a while. I don't want to quarrel with you. Sakaki Hararaku could hear her softened voice. This also means that Chi Minjia does not want to suppress herself all the way. She is actually considering her own feelings. Then what do you want to do? I want you to hold me for a while. Nanami's straight ball caught Raku Sakakihara off guard. Have you ever slept with your sister in your arms? I met her once and her sister was not in her room at night. Well, that's it. I slept with Juliuli in my arms, and she woke up in my arms. Tian Haikaimingu looked straight at him for a long time. It took so long that Sakaki Hararaku noticed something strange in her eyes. Jealous. Tian Haikaimingu did not look at him again at this time, but turned her head sideways, leaving only a long-haired back. After another period of silence, she said amidst the sound of wind and snow blowing outside the window. Yes, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of my sister. Why can she do it? I'm obviously the same as her. No matter the age or appearance, it's obvious that I came first in love. You also promised me many things, but why do I have to put so much effort into walking with you? Why can my sister get a hug from you with just one word? Why do I have nothing and still have to watch you being affectionate and loving in front of me? Look at that one who looks like me. The same sister makes love to you in front of me. Sakaki Haro looked at her back with his eyes, her long flaxen hair stretched from the back of her head to the pillow. She was wrapped in a thick quilt, but she looked so alone at the moment. Do you think I want to go to this point? Sakaki Hararaku. You can understand me. Tian Haikaimingu suddenly lowered her eyebrows and her voice stopped abruptly. Forget it, I don't want to talk anymore. I've said enough this afternoon. If you don't want to, just don't. Anyway, I'm used to it. Sakakibara lamented in his heart. It was not that he didn't feel sorry for Nanamayu. But the truth is, I don't know what I did. Chi Minjia likes me so much because of what happened when she was a child. He didn't want to speak anymore and turned his back. It was quiet for 10 minutes. The two of them stood with their backs to each other and said nothing to each other. Sakakibara tried to close his eyes, but he really couldn't sleep. I said. Chi Minjia. No respond. He took a deep breath and faced her back again. I know you're not asleep yet, Chi Minjia. I'm curious, why did you fall in love with me because of what happened when you were a child? Still no response. You were only 5 years old at that time, right? You were just like a little girl. I believe no one will remember what happened when you were 5 years old. Even if I'm not that forgetful, I won't remember it at all. There was a long silence, with only the sound of the wind and snow outside the window. Tian Haikaimingu wrapped her hands tightly around the quilt covering her shoulders, and finally gave a small response, "That's why I said I was stupid." Sakaki Hararaku could hear that her tone was different from usual at this time, with a hint of loneliness as she was keeping warm alone on a snowy night. What happened when you were a child are really that important to you? Again no answer. Can you tell me more? If you tell me, maybe I will have more feelings for you, and maybe I will be a little bit more scumbag, instead of having a knot in my heart for you now. Tian Haikaimingu still didn't respond. 7 bright moons. Hate it, she whispered, I hate it when you forget everything and still come to ask me. Why can you forget it? Why can you still ask me why with a nonchalant expression? Why am I the only one who still remembers it? Why did you make a promise that you would take me to see a wedding dress when you had the chance, but never fulfilled it? I am the only one who has believed it for more than 10 years like a fool. It was my fault. Tian Haikaimingu stopped talking. After that, Sakaki Hararaku tried to talk to her a few more times, but failed. She seemed sleepy and really tired. Just like that, he slowly fell asleep on the other side of himself. Sakakibara was happy to see that she really didn't want to talk to him anymore, and closed his eyes. With doubts and curiosity about what he did as a child, he gradually fell asleep in endless thinking. It was pitch black and there was nothing visible in sight. Sakakibara was enjoying an indescribable feeling, and his consciousness gradually came back to life. The wind and snow made the old windows of my hometown rattle, and just hearing the sound was so cold that people couldn't help but want to shrink their necks and shake their shoulders. The 2 good bedrooms in Grandma's house were reserved for Suzu and Nanami Mingzuki, while Sakakibara Raku and his mother lived in the 2 second bedrooms with slightly worse conditions. The environment wasn't too bad, except that the windows in his second bedroom were a little leaky. After living here for the past few days, Sakakibara would subconsciously shrink down every time he heard this sound. But today he felt a little strange. Your body doesn't feel the slightest bit of cold? Even if it's cold, I still can't hold onto the quilt on my body. This made Sakaki Hararaku feel a little depressed and sat up from the bed. He glanced at the surrounding furnishings with still confused eyes. No problem, it's Grandma's house. The wind and snow were blowing, and the strange feeling of not having a quilt made Sakaki Haro look down under him in confusion. He suddenly realized that he was not wearing clothes yet. No clothes. What's the situation? Afraid that Nanami Mingzuki would molest him again at night, Sakakibara was so frightened that he hurriedly groped around. But he soon found out to his surprise. I can't even touch my chest. Let alone his chest, there was no place on his body that could be touched. His body is like a transparent spirit body, penetrating back and forth at will. What's the situation? Haunted. Sakaki Haro looked down again. The one sleeping on the bed is actually me. To me? Or is my soul out of body? Chi Minjaya was still sleeping next to him. Sakaki Hara did not panic and began to think proactively. After pondering for a while whether he had missed something, he grasped the key point. Dream corridor. That's right. It's this prop. He still remembered that it was the prop he obtained after ending his relationship with Chi Minjaya. At that time, he was so entangled that he didn't pay attention to it at all. Sakakibara quickly tried to see if he could still get the system panel. Fortunately, the system can also be opened in this strange spirit state. After finding the backpack, Sakaki Hara clicked on the strange thing with an indescribable shape. Dream corridor. Quality, purple, epic. No. 21321. Source, unknown. Introduction, enables dreams to achieve 80% realistic effect. Special note, passive props cannot be used actively. Dream simulation? Sakakihara read the introduction and confirmed it several times. Something is wrong. If it is simulation, then I shouldn't be at grandma's house now, but in a dream. Sakakibara stared at the sleeping Nanami next to him, as if something suddenly occurred to him. He closed his eyes. Half a minute later, he opened his eyes suddenly. The bedroom shrouded in shadow suddenly disappeared, and even the windows that were rattled by the wind and snow suddenly opened and closed. Instead, there are golden beaches, azure seas, and endless sea horizons. Sakakibara, who had no clothes, stretched out his hand to block the sunlight shining down from his forehead. Although he could not feel the temperature, the sunlight was stimulating enough to make people unable to open their eyes. Did not expect. What was just a cold wind and snow has now turned into a summer beach during vacation. Unexpectedly, I just tried to slightly change my position, but everything changed quickly with my eyes closed. I was obviously at my grandma's house just now, and there was wind and snow blowing outside. He could only say that it was indeed a dream. So, you can control your dreams at will? Sakakibara looked down at his naked body and tried to think of a white t-shirt and black shorts. He stared at it for a while and found that it was useless. Could it be because he didn't close his eyes? On the second try, Sakakihara opened his eyes again. The clothes are ready. Wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. Sakakihara Raku was still inexplicably happy. So, isn't it true that I am the master of dreams and can have whatever I want? Immediately afterwards, he flipped through several more maps. What home, bedroom, school, playground. Everywhere, he could even walk slowly, walk up the stairs, walk along the ginkgo slope at the entrance of the school, look at the surrounding scenery, and look at the bricks and walls carved out of dreams. It's really interesting. Raku Sakakihara stood at the door of the school gate, looking at the pure summer sky. In this case, can the characters in the novels I have read be realized? Sakakibara closed his eyes and began to try to imagine Yog-Sothoth, who is known as the one who unites all things. Unfortunately this time, there was no change in the sky. It seems that the characters in the novel are dying. Or is it because I have no impression of Yog-Sothoth? So Sakakihara Raku began to imagine the image of Sakakibara Suzu. Short hair, jacket, sneakers, short skirt. Ailing, 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 ailing. Sakakibara opened his eyes suddenly. And in front of her, standing under the ginkgo tree, was Suzu Sakakihara. Sakakibara couldn't help but be curious, but the Suzu in front of him looked a little stupid. Can it really appear? Ailing. Ailing. Hey, can you hear me? It's not to say that she is dull and stupid, but she is simply a piece of wood. He just stood in front motionless, without even an expression. Hi, hi. He reached out and waved Aling's face, but Aling didn't react at all. Sakakibara pinched her face again. He found that although he could squeeze it, he didn't feel anything at all. Tisk, I don't know what the meaning of this dream is. Sakakibara reopened the system with interest, and rechecked the dream corridor passive prop to see if there was anything he had missed. Looking at it, he really found a side note. 1. Relying on dreams, the events and scenes formed in dreams come from existing cognition and memory. 2. Dreams cannot be 100% realistic. 3. Unable to feel temperature and touch in dreams. 4. Dreams cannot embody other people's thoughts. 5.8% fidelity includes vision, hearing, smell, and taste. 6. Memories gained from dreams will not fade away. 997. It is prohibited to rely on impressions to combine things that do not exist in reality. 998. Dream nesting and superposition are prohibited. 999 users are requested to read the above instructions carefully when using this prop. Players will be responsible for the consequences of taking prohibited items. 1000 If you need to enter other people's dreams, please read regulation number 234-534. 1001 Please take dreams seriously. That's probably it. That's quite reasonable. Overall, this thing is of little use. In other words, when you sleep, you can look at the scenery and so on in your dreams. You can also review your homework. Nothing else. Picking someone out is just a decoration. I can't feel it yet. After glancing at the 56th method to exit the dream, Sakakibara's consciousness reawakened to the real world. The wind outside the window made the slightly old windows still creak, and the wind and snow in the middle of the night seemed to have become lighter. Chi Minjiao is also sleeping next to her. Different from the beginning, she faced herself, and the sleeping look on her face was not peaceful, but peaceful. She was so calm that one could not detect her usual strong yet cold personality. Alas, Kaimingyu. Sakakihara thought of all the things she had done to herself in the past few days. Are things from her childhood really that important to her? Can Chi Minjiao really remember what happened when she was a child? Sakakihara Raku was curious. Sakakihara Raku doesn't have this part of memory. When he first came to this world, a child's body couldn't allow him to remember too many things. So he would always forget things when he was little. Now that I have grown up, this symptom has disappeared. Chi Minjiao. Fall asleep. What are you dreaming about at this time? Sakakibara stared at her delicate eyebrows and thin black eyelashes for a while. He felt more and more beautiful about her and became more and more curious. He thought of the passive prop he had obtained. How about going in and taking a look? Entering other people's dreams is indeed a very strange and interesting thing. What does Kaimingyu dream about? She is both a little devil and a cold young lady on weekdays. What dreams does she have at night? The more he thought about it, the more curious Sakakibara became. The gaze regulations he just read also told him that as long as he fell asleep, he could easily reach the dreams of others by establishing a corridor to the people who were also sleeping around him. As long as the dream owner wakes up, the visitor can also wake up. And because it can't interfere with other people's dreams, there is basically no danger. Then go check it out. Let's see what Chi Minjiao is dreaming about. Raku Sakakihara seemed to have made a decision. He stood up and closed the window again, then returned to the bed, wrapping his body firmly and warmly with the quilt. Then he closed his eyes and began to slowly fall asleep. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 202. Rain. Continuously and softly hitting the black hat brim of the old building, like old glass marbles, raindrops fell from the eaves. A soft and hazy rainy atmosphere enveloped the corridor leading out of the living room. The sky exudes the scent of plum rain, and all the plants are surprisingly green in the humid air. I seem to be looking up at the light rain, my legs shaking unconsciously on the edge of the veranda. Wet stones, wet moss, swaying green trees, and the gentle ringing of wind chimes on the brim of a hat. Such a picture comes into view. Jingle bell bell. Two sounds of wind chimes, like coming from the depths of the soul, made Sakakihara suddenly wake up. This voice. He was totally impressed. Myself, started to move. Then, like a movie camera, the perspective slowly shifted to the crisp wind chime under the brim of the hat. Myself, was staring quietly. Ale, go get the lighter for me. The sound of the wicker chair shaking was squeaking on the side, accompanied by the man's commanding tone. Good. The perspective suddenly changed. I slowly propped up my body, glanced at the man lying on the wicker chair, turned around, and walked into the living room. I opened the drawer and started looking for something inside. Sakaki Hararaku's perspective was shaking. He obviously didn't make any movement, but his slightly immature hands found an old pulley lighter from the drawer as if with a clear purpose. What an amazing experience. Ale, have you found it? Found it? Well, bring it then. He walked back again and handed the lighter in his hand to the lazy man lying on the wicker chair with a cigarette in his mouth. With a little pull, the man's finger slid the pulley of the lighter, sparks came out, and he lit the cigarette. Ale, you know, Dad is unemployed. If you don't go to work, you and your sister will have nothing to eat. The man puffed away with melancholy and told himself about his recent move. These are all grown-up stories. Sakaki Hararaku knew roughly, but didn't want to hear it. He was even more curious about his state now. Is this the world in dreams? According to the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around him, he should be in his childhood home now. The man on the wicker chair in front of me is the bastard dad who will run away in the future. And he can't control himself. It's like the first-person perspective when playing a game, watching oneself replay the memory traces of the past. This must have happened when I was a child, right? Seeing the old man whose appearance he had almost forgotten talking about the old things that he had almost forgotten, Sakaki Hararaku also felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He didn't expect that when he saw this person again after so many years, it would be in Chi Minjiu's dream. What an irony. But isn't this Kaimingyu's dream? Since it was Chi Minjiu's dream, why was he still here? Chi Minjiu definitely has no memory of talking to her father alone. Taking advantage of the boring break between Dad and myself chatting, Raku Sakaki Hara rediscovered the detailed description of the dream corridor props. In Regulation number 334, a description of the dream connection is found. 334 If the dreamer and the dreamed person have memories of the same time period, then the dreamer will automatically enter the same identity in the dreamed person's memory at the same time. The dream environment will be created by the memory of the dreamer. This explanation is a bit difficult to pronounce. Just explain it briefly. This is the current dream, which is equivalent to a dream space built based on the memories of two people. During this time period, Raku Sakakibara and Nanami took on the roles of their childhood selves. As for why there is no Kaimingyu now, Sakaki Hararaku guessed that the timeline of this world has not yet reached the time when the two met. Chi Minjiu should still be recalling her own affairs. In her memories, the person Sakaki Hararaku has not yet appeared. Why does it feel like playing an online game? Sakaki Hararaku was a little depressed. The most important thing is that I can't move yet, it's just like watching a movie. But that's fine too. Anyway, I don't remember anything, so watching a movie from my childhood can be regarded as reminiscing about the past. After the bastard dad complained for a while on the wicker chair about his grandparents not wanting him to move away from his hometown, he waved his hand and sent him away. Sakaki Hararaku. Obviously, he had little interest in a 7-year-old kid and didn't expect him to help him solve his problems. He was just using his son as an outlet for his complaints. It's best to listen. If you don't obey, lecture. After a few minutes, suddenly a little girl with a ponytail ran over from outside. Brother, brother. Raku Sakaki Hara smiled when he saw her. Of course, because he couldn't control his childhood self, he only smiled in his heart. Sakaki Hara Suzu, little Sakaki Hara Suzu, who was only 5 years old, ran over crying. As soon as she got home, she told Sakaki Hararaku that someone was bullying her. Who? The skinny monkey selling snacks, and the fat guy selling oranges. It can be said that Sakaki Hara Suzu cried to herself as soon as she came back, feeling aggrieved, tearful and pitiful, holding two broken bamboos in her hands. Varied. You little girl ran out to play on a rainy day. When the father heard his daughter crying, he looked back while holding a cigarette between his fingers. He happened to see Sakakibara Suzu, who had been soaked in the rain. He was already angry because he was laid off, so he launched an attack on his daughter. Angry. Sakakibara Suzu was already very afraid of her father. When she heard him yelling at her, she felt scared and became even more sad. She couldn't stop crying. Crying again. Still crying. If crying could solve the problem, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Dad, don't say that to Aling, she is still young. So are you, brat. If I hadn't paid to support you, forget it. When the father saw his daughter like this, he felt upset, naughty and disobedient. He impatiently waved to his son to take her elsewhere to cry. Go, go, go. Sakakihara Suzu stood behind her brother. She was so young that she couldn't hold back her tears and kept wiping her tears with the clothes on her elbows. And because she was afraid that her father would talk to her again, she tried not to cry out and could only wipe her tears with her hands. Alas, Sakakihara Raku, as a bystander, couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw these memories that were so far away that he had forgotten them. Fortunately, Sakakihara Raku also felt very sorry for the sister and kept comforting her with words. After her father waved his hand twice, he took her away from here. Along the corridor around the house, the two came to the other end of the yard. Sakakihara Raku asked her what exactly happened. Sakakibara Suzu tried her best to hold back her tears and showed him two bamboos held in her dirty hands. Raku, Sakakihara remembers this thing. Isn't this a bamboo gun? Stuff a wet paper towel inside the bamboo, then poke it with a thinner bamboo, and it will make a pop sound when it is launched. It's quite painful to hit someone. Xiao Sakakihara Suzu cried and said, They broke this of mine and used theirs to beat me. There are so many of them, I can't beat them. Hearing Aling's milky voice, long-standing memories seemed to suddenly come to life. By the way, it seems that when Aling was a child, she didn't have to deal with the children in the two shops that sold oranges and snacks in the village. Aling always said they bullied her. It is said to be bullying, but in fact it is just children playing around. Aling is very competitive and can't compete with them, that's why she said this. But this time the other party seemed to have gone too far. Aling said that they used bamboo guns to hit her and bully her alone. She could not fight with the bamboo guns of the two of them, and her friends did not dare to fight with those two. The naughty boy is against him. She ran out of bullets and the other party chased her and beat her, and ran all the way back home. The bamboo gun made for her was stepped on while running. They kept laughing at the bamboo gun her brother made for her, which was trash and terrible. While Xiao Sakakihara Suzu was unable to do anything to them, they were so angry that she wanted to cry. We of you, I said it was not rubbish, but they still said you should be me. Me. Okay, don't cry. If something is broken, it's broken. But. This is childhood. Seeing the crying little Suzu, Sakakibara felt emotional and at the same time thought she was quite cute when she was a child. Aling wants to be better than them. They are, too much, Sakakihara Suzu cried, but nodded seriously. Okay, then come out with me. Sakakihara Raku kept touching her head. What are you going out for? Brother, aren't you afraid of being told by Dad? It's raining outside. Let's do it secretly, just don't let him find out. Sakakihara Raku's smile made Xiao Sakakihara Suzu feel at ease. When she heard that her brother was taking her out again, she wiped her tears and nodded. She followed her brother to the woodshed and watched him pick up the hatchet and then pick up a roll of tape in the toolbox. The ignorant little Sakakihara Suzu didn't know what her brother was going to do, but she knew that all she had to do was follow him. Her brother would give her delicious food and play with her. Even the bamboo gun just now was a toy he made for her. Come on, let's go out. Alright. Xiao Sakakihara Suzu followed Sakakihara Raku all the way to the door, walked through the dirt road covered with weeds, came to a hill near her home, and came to a clump of bamboo near the roadside. Sakakihara Raku looked at the bamboo and selected it for a long time, then selected the target and chopped off the small bamboo with a knife. Kozakihara Suzu probably knew what he was going to do. By this time her sobbing had gradually subsided. Brother, do you want to make another one? Of course. But, I still can't beat them both. Don't worry. Sakakihara Raku said to her sister to relax while wielding a hatchet to cut off the bamboo. The plum rain was drizzle, and the chopped bamboo rustled overhead. Sakakihara Raku first cut off a section of small bamboo, and then select a smaller section of bamboo as the firing pin for launching the bamboo gun. The firing pin was pushed into the barrel of the gun to give it a try. The size isn't quite right. Sakakihara Raku I guessed that the size of the bamboos did not match, so I cut a few more in succession, compared them carefully, and compressed the progress of the bamboo gun to the limit. After cutting 5 bamboos, I finally made a bamboo gun with a firing pin and a barrel that fit perfectly. It looks like a very exquisite gadget. He took out a napkin from his pocket, dipped it in the rainwater from the puddles on the roadside, and then stuffed it into the bamboo gun to test its power. The sound of pop was quite powerful. Sakakihara Suzu had played with the bamboo gun a lot, she could hear the sound, and could see that the one her brother made was much more powerful than before. Her eyes sparkled. Sakakihara Raku, it can be seen that Xiao Sakakihara Suzu wants it very much. Don't worry, I'll modify it for you. Xiao Sakakihara Suzu didn't understand anything and just nodded. Sakakihara Raku used a knife to cut a rectangular hole in the barrel of the bamboo gun, then picked a larger number 2 bamboo and hollowed out both sides. Then, push the number 2 bamboo vertically into the bamboo barrel so that it is nested in the hole of the bamboo barrel, forming a cross shape. In this way, a bamboo gun with a magazine is a small success. Sakakihara squeezed several wet paper towel ammunition into the bamboo magazine at the top, and pushed the firing pin back and forth several times. Pop a pop pop. At this time, the bamboo gun did not make a pop sound, but several times in succession. Xiao Sakakihara Suzu saw stars in her eyes when she saw the gadget her brother got for her. Okay. You can fire continuously. Wait a minute, I'll tie it up for you. Sakakihara Raku used the plastic tape at home to tie the assembled continuous bamboo gun, and tied it back and forth with 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside using a cross-binding method. After confirming that it was secure, he handed the toy, which was half the length of a ling's hand, to her. Okay, take it. Sakakihara Suzu took this artifact from her brother's hand as if she were receiving the Holy Grail. She looked at this particularly delicate-looking bamboo gun with a curious look on her face. You know how to use it? Well, put bullets on it. Smart, but you have to prepare bullets in advance. It's best to use those small fruits. Whenever someone bullies you with a bamboo gun, use this to deal with him. Sakakihara Suzu nodded repeatedly, eager to try, and the tears she had shed before were gone. However, Sakakihara Raku said seriously to Xiao Sakakihara Suzu, don't hit other people in the face with this, you know? Just hit it in the stomach or hand. If you don't obey, I will take this from you. Came back. I understand, thank you brother. Sakakihara Raku smiled again and touched his sister's head. Okay, let's go out and play. The rain has lightened up now, so be careful. Yeah. Xiao Sakakihara Suzu couldn't wait. Although she was young, she knew that the thing her brother made for her was much better than theirs. The one selling oranges and the one selling snacks, If they knew they could do this in a row, they would definitely envy themselves to death. Remember? Good. Sakaki Hararaku smiled as he watched his sister trotting down the hill happily. At the same time, Sakaki Hararaku, who witnessed this incident from a first-person perspective, was also filled with emotions. Continuous shot bamboo gun. With this thing in her hands, Aling will definitely become the king of the kids among those little brats, right? It's really a nostalgic gadget. The perspective continues to move with itself. I walked down the mountain and headed back home along the narrow field ridges where the mountains were intertwined. The plum rain is still falling. Although it is very small, if you stay under the rain for a long time, it will inevitably leave layers of fine raindrops on your head. I was carrying a hatchet used for chopping firewood at home. It seemed that I had the habit of admiring the scenery while walking. I occasionally turned my head to observe the highway lanes parallel to the field ridges. A car passed the country station across the fields, making the sound of tires in the rain as it drove. The rainy days made the dim sky heavy, which also made the surrounding scenery dim. The wind in the plum rain continues to press on the tender green straw in the fields, turning them white and rustling one after another. Myself, suddenly stopped. The angle of view involuntarily went to the little girl sitting alone at the rural station. The conspicuous flaxen hair and the light blue dress soaked by the rain involuntarily attracted himself on the field ridge across the road. The little girl's face was gloomy, and she looked indescribably lonely. He just sat alone, without shaking his legs or turning his head. Sakaki Hararaku also saw it. He understands how he feels now. Curious as to why she is here. I wonder why she is still sitting here alone in the rain. He stood on the field ridge and watched for a while. Probably out of concern, he crossed the field ridge, crossed the highway, and came to the station. Are you okay? In order not to make himself look like a bad person, Sakaki Hararaku lowered his voice very softly. The little girl was not wary of him and did not raise her head. Of course, no words were spoken. She is very eccentric. That's what Sakaki Hararaku thought at the time. Today's Sakaki Hararaku thinks the same way. If I remember correctly, Chi Minjio should be only 5 years old at this time. A little girl about the same age as her sister. Why does she have that calm expression of nothing? Sakaki Hararaku asked her softly twice more, and then the little girl responded. She raised her face. Issued the most common question. Who are you? Well, Sakaki Hararaku had to admit that even Miss Amami's voice was quite cold in her childhood. He continued to read. Myself is answering. Who am I? Just call me Ellie. I live in the house opposite the field bank. I'll point it out to you. Well, that's right there. I'll live there. The little girl did not look in the direction he pointed, but turned her sky blue eyes to see the hatchet and the unused roll of tape in his hand. Are you here to kidnap me? As expected of Miss Tianhai, she had such a personality even in her childhood. If so, I hope you will hurry up. Even so, Sakaki Hararaku felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart when he saw such a young Nanamajetsu showing a sad expression. The perspective continues. Of course not, I'm just curious why you are here. Well, I'm right here. Kidnap me quickly. The little girl said this and held out her arms to him with their wrists together. It's wired. I'm not here to kidnap you. I'm holding a hatchet because I just chopped bamboo. Yeah, that's such a pity. The little girl put down her hand and continued to lower her head. After being quiet for a while, she raised her eyes again and asked, Why are you talking to me? You stay here alone on a rainy day and you're wet. No one will care. Really, but I've been sitting here for a long time, and my mother hasn't come to see me. The little girl looked down at her stained skirt. How long have you been here? I don't know. I only know that it was raining heavily at that time. Is it raining heavily? It must be at least noon, but it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, and you've been sitting here all afternoon. Probably. This place is close to the sea and is a rural area on an island. Except for a car that will pass by for a long time, no one will pass by here at all on rainy days. Alas, a 5-year-old girl got caught in the rain and sat at a rural station for hours on end. Even if Sakaki Hararaku sees it now, he can't help but ask. I thought the same way at that time. After hearing the little girl's answer, I couldn't help but frown. I haven't seen you in the village. Are you not from the village? My mother, sister, and I are here to travel. Travel? Oh, are you staying at the Clement Hotel? That place has just been repaired. It seems, that's the name. That place isn't too far away. The little girl didn't speak. She seemed to like being alone like this. Sakaki Hararaku saw her wet little skirt. You'll catch a cold like this. A cold can be very uncomfortable. Do you understand what a cold means? Raku Sakakibara watched from the perspective of watching a movie that Xiaoqiu responded with 3 in a row when asked by him, and couldn't help but sigh at Miss Amami's weird personality when she was a child. Where is your home? Do you want to go home? I want to wait for my mother to come find me. But you waited from morning to noon and now. And alas, no matter how bad a woman she is, she would not leave 5-year-old Chi Minjiu here like this. Still yet. This proves that what he said makes no sense at all now. It's raining a little less now, maybe you can try walking back to the hotel first. I have to wait for my mother. She should come to me. How about you follow me first? Xiao Chi Minjiu didn't answer, she was too stubborn to listen to what he said. She seemed reluctant. This is normal. For her, she is just a strange peer. How could a mother come so close to me? He was a little worried about the little girl, but he had no reason to take the little girl away. He was probably thinking that he would call her mother to pick her up when he returned to the village. Sakaki Hararaku, the stranger, did not stay here for long, turned around and left the station. Because this road is close to the sea, even though it is June, the wind from the seaside can still make people feel chilly at night. After walking for a while, the sea breeze blew over. Even though his clothes were not soaked by the rain, the cold wind penetrated his body and still made him feel cold. He was already so cold, and the little girl was all wet. How cold could it be? Looking back again, the little girl with flaxen hair at the foot of the station was lowering her head, her body trembling in the cold rain and wind. Sakaki Hararaku, it was quite distressing to see. How about I take you to the village? Maybe your mother is looking for you in the village. You're back again, are you really going to kidnap me? I really didn't mean that. Look, the village is on the other side of the road. Let's just go there. The little girl then looked in the direction he pointed. She seemed to know that was where she came from. Still, unwilling. You are a stranger. It's a good thing that you are wary, but it doesn't matter if you sit here now. It will be very uncomfortable if you catch a cold later. You see, you are also very uncomfortable with the cold now. Maybe it was because her body was too cold, or because she had been sitting for so long that the little girl couldn't stay here any longer. Let's go, I'll take you there. I can't leave. Why? Sakaki Hararaku, only then did he see that her feet were obviously muddy and had scars from a fall. There was also an injury on the knee, but it was blocked by the skirt and I couldn't see it right away. It was an injury from a fall on the mountain just now. I can't walk, it's very painful. A sprained foot. The sea breeze blew over again. At this time, the little girl was obviously a little colder, and her drooping face turned pale. Sakakibara could see that there were signs of a cold on her face. I'll carry you there. This is the only way right now. Do you want to? You won't carry me and jump into the sea, will you? How could you have such a strange idea? My sister said you can't just trust the uncles outside. But I'm not an uncle, I'm an older brother and you look like my sister. Yes. You are not a strange uncle. The little girl nodded and said that after a few exchanges, she relented. Although the reason for relenting was very strange, she did let Sakeki Hararaku carry her on his back. Hands, you can try to hold my neck, hold it tighter. Just put your body on my back. Relax, I won't take you to jump into the sea. Her body is small and her arms are soft, with the unique lightness of a little girl. It's not too strenuous to carry, but it's a little wet. Although Sakaki Bararaku couldn't feel the feelings in the dream, as himself, he experienced such a scene personally. I still subconsciously imagine the feeling of carrying a wet little girl on my back. Sit tight. Sakaki Hararaku carrying Xiaonan Minjiao on his back, he walked on the side of the road and started to head towards the village despite the slight plum rain. It's wired. What's weird? Why didn't mom come to me? But probably because she had been wet in the rain for a long time, her body was trembling all the time, and her speech was softer than before. Her face was pressed against Sakeki Hararaku's shoulder. Maybe she doesn't know you're gone? Or maybe she's looking for you in the village now. Really? Of course, no mother would care about her daughter. Your mother must be very anxious to find you. This sentence seemed to make Xiaoqi Minjiao feel at ease a little. She put most of her strength on Sakeki Hararaku's back. May I have your name? Tianhai. Tianhai what? Kaiming Yu, jerky Chinese, . Strange, you can also speak Chinese. Well, because mom said it's hard to spell my name in Japanese. Then what should I call you? July. That's okay, that's what my mother called me. Okay, I'll call you Kia. Well, what's your name, brother? As I said just now, music, the music of Kagura. Can't spell it out. It's okay if you can't spell it out. I can teach you, but don't sleep. You will definitely catch a cold if you sleep. Yes, I understand. Isn't it uncomfortable for my brother to carry me on his back? It's okay, just a little wet. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 203. Speaking of which, why did you ask me to kidnap you just now? Brother, you have a knife and tape in your hand. And you are talking to me alone. When you think about the scene carefully, it is indeed a bit daunting to see it at a sparsely populated rural station on a rainy day. Shouldn't it be normal to be afraid? If someone kidnaps me, my mother will come find me. What a naive idea, Sakakibara thought to himself. Myself in the perspective seems to have the same consciousness. What a naive idea. Don't think like that in Kiwaywan. If you are really captured by bad guys, you will never see your mother again in your life. Yeshi nodded behind her back. Understand? Clear. Although Chi-Chi had a weird personality when she was a child and was not as quiet as an ordinary 5-year-old girl, her answers still contained the cuteness of a child when she said yes. She was still a child after all at this time. Walk along the road towards the village. The closer you get, the colder and narrower the scenery becomes. The countryside and wasteland disappear. Instead, what comes into view are old Japanese-style buildings with black roofs and bluestone roads mixed with moss. The dark green fir trees growing around the black roof ridges were wetted by the rain, and the branches and leaves extending towards the street swayed in the wind, gently shining with the sheen of water. On the street, in the rainy season, not a single soul was seen. When Sakeki Hararaku was walking around the village with Xiaonan Minjiao on her back, she seemed to be looking around with her eyes while leaning on her back. Looking for mom. Turning the perspective, I heard the little girl's words, started to help her search around. Not to mention people, even the orange cat that usually lay on the eaves was nowhere to be seen. Don't worry, let's go for a walk, we might encounter them. Good. As we move forward, the surrounding scenery still maintains a uniform tone, and there is also no human figure. Slowly, Xiao Qiu lowered her eyes and buried her head deeper and deeper behind his shoulder. Mom, I'm probably looking for you elsewhere in the village. Really? Well, yes, you see in July, our village is quite big, there is a seaport, and so many people live there, so it's normal if Mom doesn't meet us for a while. What my brother said makes sense. Because that's what happened. Sakeki Hararaku tried his best to coax the children. There are always difficult moments in life. Maybe someone steps on a stone on the road and accidentally hurts his foot. Then he turned around and walked towards another road. I don't quite understand. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't understand it well. You will understand it in the future. I think you are very smart in Kyo, and you will understand it in the future. The little girl suddenly lost her voice. I'm not as smart as my sister. How come? You are great. Brother is not trying to please me, is he? Why should I please you? Kidnap me and make me listen to you. I heard that there is that kind of perverted uncle who likes to kidnap little girls. I have already said that I am an elder brother, not an uncle. A gust of cold wind blew, and she hugged Sakeki Hararaku a lot tighter. Cold. Cold. Then just hold on a little longer in July. Once we cross the bridge outside the village, we will almost arrive at the hotel where you are staying. Promise my brother not to sleep. Okay. Clement Hotel. This hotel standing on the edge of the village and close to the pier is somewhat out of place with the houses in the village. Essentially, it is a sea view hotel born to promote local tourism. The village is located on the edge of Matsuyama City and borders the Seto Inland Sea. It is one of the main producing areas of Ehime oranges. It is also famous for its famous attractions such as Isorha Shrine, Dago Onsen, Castle Tower, and Shimanami Kaido. The Hayami County government under Matsuyama City also wants to take a share of the pie and encourage local people to launch Ehime orange picking experiences, Seto Inland Sea seafood fishing experiences, pearl picking handicraft making, pottery making, rural lifestyle experiences, etc. tourism projects. The Clement Hotel has just been built, and the tourism project is still unfinished. My aunt and two sisters were probably the first travelers here. Arriving at the entrance of the modern hotel, which was well known in the village, Xiao Qi Minjiao shook her head behind her back. Not here. Huh? Not this hotel. It's this hotel, but Mom's temporary accommodation will be next to the hotel, in a house by the sea. That place. It seems to be a tourist villa area, with VIP access for very wealthy people. Sakeki Hararaku continued to carry Xiao Qingyu on his back and move forward quickly. Your family is very rich in July. You live in that place. Mom is a big star. Big star? No wonder you are so cute and your hair is golden. Brother really wants to kidnap me. Don't worry about this anymore. I would throw all my hatchets at the station because of you. Is your mother a big star abroad? UK. Mixed, no wonder. But why do you speak Chinese? Grandpa speaks Chinese. Grandpa speaks Chinese? Oh, I probably know. Mom can do it, and Dad can do it too. Your mother is of mixed English and Chinese descent, right, but why is your father too? My father is very powerful and can speak many languages. He will be a barrister in the future. So, your mother came to Japan to get married. Yeah, Mom and Dad are both great. Myself smiled. I feel like you like your parents so much in Kyoto. Dad, and Mother, are very good to my sister and me. That's a really warm family. You're rich, and your parents are very kind to you. I think the dress you're wearing is probably very expensive. I don't know the exact amount. Does my brother's family have no money? No, our family is just an ordinary farmer, both grandfather and grandmother. Do you want me to give you money, brother? Haha, where do you have any money? While jogging and chatting along the way, the bumps in her body made Xiaoqi Minjiao feel much better. I don't feel so sleepy anymore and want to sleep. Sakaki Hararaku felt that Nanami Minjiao was an ordinary little girl at this time. She looks forward to her parents very much, likes them very much, and easily accepts people who are good to her. This is completely different from the future Tian Haikiming. As for the reason why she became like that, as she walked through the rainy season, Sakakibara believed that she had spied part of it. Around a villa surrounded by palm trees and flower vines. Sakakibara Raku walked around with Minaki Minajiki, who had an injured foot on her back. Because they couldn't remember which house they were in, they walked to 3 or 4 villas in a row. There's a piano sound. A touch of light music mixed in the misty rain. This short section of piano continues to play, as if the piano player is practicing this piece of music. Sakaki Hararaku raised his head and looked towards the last house in the villa area. Is it over there? He asked the little girl behind him. But Xiaoqi Minjiao didn't know why. After hearing this piano piece, her mood suddenly became depressed, and her little head hid in Sakaki Hararaku's shoulder. What's wrong? It's my sister who is practicing the piano. Your sister? Sakaki Hararaku carried Xiaoqi Minjiao on his back and continued to approach until he stood outside a metal fence. He poked his head inwards and left and right, looking through the cracks in the fence for the figure in the window of the villa. He saw the figure in the room standing behind a little girl. And the other little girl with the same hair color as Xiaoqi Minjiao seemed to be listening to her mother's instructions and kept tapping the dark upright piano with her hands. Beautiful music flows from the fingertips. Even though the little girl was obviously tired, her fingers kept playing. The mother had a smile on her face, holding her chin with her fingers and nodding regularly to the rhythm of her daughter's piano. The wet little girl saw this in the rain. My mood became increasingly depressed. On one side is a home full of warm lights, a smiling mother and an older sister practicing the piano hard. On the other side, under the heavy sky, she was caught in the rain, her feet were injured, and her whole body was wet. The little girl seemed to be clutching the clothes on her shoulders. I didn't look back and kept looking at the scenery inside the house. Although Sakaki Bararaku couldn't see things beyond his perspective, he probably felt Nanamijetsu's mood. My mother was still standing in the room teaching my sister. This shows that throughout the afternoon, my mother did not look for her at all. Even when her clothes got wet, she slipped on the mountain, and she waited quietly for several hours at a rural station. Her mother never looked for her at all. Sakakibara even couldn't help but picture the little girl waiting under the country station just now with her head down. I'll take you back. Xiaoqi Minjiao seemed to hesitate for several seconds, after taking a look at her mother and sister in the room. She averted her eyes and kept shaking her head. She didn't want to accept the fact that her mother didn't come to find her at all. But your mother, and she's at home. If you don't go back, you'll definitely catch a cold. She still shook her head and grabbed the clothes on Sakaki Hararaku's back with her hands. Sakaki Bararaku can understand his thoughts now. No matter what, the person inside is her mother. I am just a stranger at this moment. Self-side, walked around the fence on the side, and started walking towards the door. Don't want. At this time, the little girl behind him grabbed his clothes with her hands, expressing her inner thoughts with her actions. Sakaki Hararaku tried to dissuade. No, I don't want to go back. But if you don't go back I do not want. She just repeated this. But you're going to get sick like this. I won't go back. This tug of war went on for a long time, and no matter how much Sakaki Hararaku tried to comfort her, She refused to enter the house. Sakaki Hararaku wanted to warn the people in the room, but Xiaoqi Minjiu became anxious and bit him with her teeth to stop him from shouting. He almost fell off his back because of it. The little girl on her back hugged Sakaki Bararaku even more closely from her back, not knowing whether her body was cold. Really don't want to go back. The little girl didn't respond and acquiesced. There was no way such a big child could be left outside. She didn't want to go back. And if you force her again, she will have the energy to seek death and survive. My aunt is really bad. Chi Minjiu was gone in the afternoon, so she couldn't even find her. The angle of view glanced at the beautiful woman who was very happy in the room. Inside is the sister with clean clothes, which forms an even greater contrast. Really don't want to go back. Xiaoqi Minjiu behind her still didn't respond, but buried her face deeper. You're really going to catch a cold now. Although the rainy season in June is not too cold, it cannot withstand long periods of hard work. There was no other way. Faced with a little girl who refused to go anywhere, Sakaki Hararaku could only suggest to her that she go to his home. Anyway, my home is not far from here, and there is a phone at home. When we go there, how about we call your mother first to let her know? In this way, I carried Xiaoqi Minjiu on my back and turned back the way I came. Arriving at the door of the house, I pushed the door open and found that it was locked. I knocked inside and stood under the eaves for a long time, but still no response. Sakaki Hara instantly guessed that his bastard father must have gone to play cards and locked the door. My dad doesn't seem to be here. Let's go to my grandma's house. I lived there recently and my grandma's house is not far away. Listen to what myself once said. Sakaki Hararaku really felt like he was a child abductor. Although I was only 7 years old at that time. Grandma's house didn't lock the door. Grandma and grandpa were not at home either, so Sakaki Hararaku, who didn't know what they were doing, had to settle down with Xiaoqi Minjiu first. This little loli is not in a good mood right now. Recently, he and his sister were staying at his grandma's house. Dad was only staying there temporarily for 2 days, so his grandma's house also had Ailing's clothes. Xiaoqi Minjiu's dress got wet and had to be changed. Does your foot still hurt? Pain. Then can you take a bath alone? If you get caught in the rain, you must take a hot bath. My sister and I washed them together. The implication is that she wants someone to accompany her. At that time, what strange ideas could a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl have? Sakaki Hararaku watched helplessly as Xiaoqi Minjiu buried her face in silence and nodded in agreement to let him help her take a bath after asking him repeatedly. Then let's go to the bathroom and I'll help you take off your clothes. Wash her hair, hands, and arms. The most important thing is that she washes herself. After flushing the hot water, I put the towel on Xiaoqi Minjiu's head and wiped her hair clean. Do you feel better after taking a bath? How about you wear my sister's clothes first? Just a gentle Elderly people always have sprain ointments and bandages at home, which can be used in emergencies. Xiaoqi Minjiu sat on the sofa and stretched out her injured foot. Sakaki Hararaku used ice packs to apply to her wounds. Cold. Be patient, your feet are a little swollen and need to be treated with ice, Sakaki Hararaku said to her with a smile in order to help her relieve the pressure. Can't you speak in July? After some time, she took a bath again. At this time, Xiaoqi Minjiu's mood seemed to have recovered a little. Brother, can you heal injuries? I can't, but I'm good at dealing with sprains like this. Why don't you talk again? It's so fun to chat. Or do you want me to ask you? For example, where did you originally live, where did you come from, what do you usually like, and so on. I have no idea. Have no idea. I don't know what I like, and I don't know what I like to eat. That shouldn't be the case. Children should all have their own favorite things. Then brother is also a child. What does brother like? Me. Sakeki Hararaku said while applying ointment to her little fleshy feet, I don't have anything I like. I can eat anything, and my family is not too rich. If I want to say what I like, it's probably let's play with my sister. Alas, I don't know if this is a return to childhood. I actually have a lot of fun with my sister. I help her make some toys, and then watch her admire my brother with envy. Xiaoqi Minjiu didn't pay much attention to what he said. Instead, she kept paying attention to his actions of pinching her foot and helping her to deal with the injury. Her belly began to growl. Hungry. Well, I'm hungry. Then wait a minute and let me take a look. Sakeki Hararaku stood up with his knees up, left the living room, and went to the kitchen for a while. What's this? Potato chips. My grandma bought her a snack. I don't know if my sister put it in the refrigerator. It's a bit cold. You can just eat it for now, and I'll make you a bowl of fried rice. Xiaoqi Minjiu took the packaging bag he handed over. I haven't eaten it. Do you know how to open it? Shake his head. Sakeki Hararaku helped her open the potato chip bag again. Take it and eat it. Watch this scene from a first-person perspective, with the mentality of a bystander. Sakeki Hararaku didn't realize that he was so good at kidnapping and selling Lolita, and he made her obey in just a few words. The perspective continues. Because there was still leftover rice, green onions, and eggs in the refrigerator, I planned to fry a bowl of the most common egg fried rice for her to eat. I was worried that she wouldn't like it, so I fried some minced meat in advance and added it to the fried rice to enhance the flavor. After the fried rice is fried, it already has a fragrant aroma. My perspective suddenly changed. At the door of the kitchen, Xiaoqi Minjiu was scratching the wall and looking at herself. She was holding the potato chips she had just eaten. What's wrong? This is delicious. She held the packaging bag carefully. Finished? Not yet. Then just wait a little longer. The food will be ready soon. My 7-year-old self was really nimble with my hands and feet, and I could make a plate of fried rice with minced meat and eggs in just a few clicks. Fried rice with minced meat and eggs came to 5-year-old Xiaoqi Minjiu, with a specially prepared spoon. She stared at the meal for a long time, her stomach growled with hunger, but she still didn't start eating. Dislike. Sorry. Why do you suddenly say this? Shouldn't have bitten you. Seeing how reasonable this child was, Sakeki Hararaku comforted her and asked her to eat quickly. How is the taste? He didn't speak for a long time. Yummy, what is this? It's just ordinary fried rice. Never tried this before. Isn't that right? You are 5 years old and you have never eaten fried rice? What do you usually eat? Lunchboxes and bread from convenience stores. Occasionally I eat big lobsters and big crabs. Sakaki Bararakutan speculated that her aunt was probably too lazy to prepare food, so she brought them lunchboxes on weekdays. Big lobsters, big crabs, etc., that must be something to eat out. It's not that these things are bad, it just doesn't taste like rice at all. To be precise, Chi Minjiu must have never had home-cooked meals. Judging from the speed with which she ate, she really liked the fried rice. Is it tasty? Tasty. That's good. Halfway through, Xiaoqi Minjiu's eating speed slowed down again. Thirsty. Wait a minute, I'll get you some water. After receiving a glass of water and handing it to her, Sakakibara went to the yard to pick a few fresh early maturing oranges and peeled them for her to eat. I'm worried about finding a plush blanket for her to wrap around later. After eating a full meal, I also ate potato chips and oranges, and I wasn't cold anymore. Xiaoqi Minjiu, however, held the blanket to warm her body and continued to lower her head. Sakeki Hararaku sat next to her, seeing that she was still a little unhappy, and continued to tell her some interesting things or stories. He took out Aling's toys and gave them to her to play with. When they got to the back, Xiao Qi Minjiao looked at him several times. The stories he told were quite fascinating, and Xiao Qi Minjiao was entranced several times. Afterwards, Grandma came home. After Sakeki Hararaku explained to Grandma, Grandma didn't say anything about the existence of the little girl. I just got her mother's phone number from her mouth and contacted her using the landline. At the end, her mother and sister came to pick her up. At this time, Xiao Qi Minjiao could still feel that her stomach was full, and the residual aroma of the fried rice was still in her mouth. She was reluctant to let go of her brother who wanted to kidnap and traffic her today. After I go back, will I see my brother again? Of course, you're welcome to come and play anytime. Until the moment her sight completely disappeared, her eyes were still on him. I don't know if it's because dreams often don't match the real world, but this period of time went on for a long, long time. For several days. From the initial encounter to the next day, Qi Minjiao, led by her mother, came to play with him. Later, she went to play with him alone. As for himself, he was bored anyway, so he took her and the two to visit all the scenery around the village. He took her to climb mountains, took her and Ailing to fish by the creek, made a fire to barbecue branches, took her on a boat trip, and took her to the beach to fish. Tell her where there is a cat nest or a sparrow nest in the village. He even took them to steal 1 or 2 oranges from the orchard in the next village. Although this is indeed a bit unkind and a sudden whim, the feeling of running wildly with 2 little girls is indeed quite exciting. Oh, right. Aling was so anxious that she froze on the spot because she failed to climb over the wall and there was a big black dog in the yard, crying loudly. Then the orchard's mistress was alarmed. Unexpectedly, she was still a friend of my mother's. The 3 of them were naturally left here, cleaning the ground all afternoon as compensation. Visible to the naked eye, Xiao Qiu became cheerful. Sakeki Hararaku watched all the way and was mostly filled with emotion. Later, Xiao Qiu became more and more interested in playing with herself. She even went against her mother's wishes and ran out before completing her piano lessons. Just to sneak a look at him. Naturally, she faced punishment from her mother, which included grounding and practicing. After the lockdown ended, it was also the night when the rainy season ended. He helped Aling bury her fireflies. It was from here that Sakeki Hararaku noticed something was wrong. I always tell her about Sherlock Holmes, how powerful and smart the Sherlock Holmes is. Xiaoqi Minjiao had to enjoy it. She was probably in a bad mood today because she couldn't match her sister's talent at the piano. When I noticed this, I started to encourage her and made a promise to her. An agreement was made: next time we meet, as long as you learn a little more, I will prepare an extra story you like in exchange. Xiaoqi Minjiao asked himself why. Myself replied to her, because I quite like people who know everything. Xiaoqi Minjiao heard her words, lowered her head and looked at the ground, as if repeating the sentence again and again. He even ticked the boxes and made a promise. Seeing this, Sakakibara wanted to slap himself. Is this a sin of your own making? When saying goodbye, I waved to her, and she stared at me from afar. His eyes were full of reluctance. This scene. Let Raku Sakakihara understand directly. Why Qi Minjiao? Why does Qi Minjiao know so much knowledge? Why she likes to read books? Why just ask her, she can answer it? In fact, she didn't like these things that much at all. Rather, these things were the goals that she brought to her. She has always been moving forward because of the agreement she made with her. After more than 10 years, she didn't know how much knowledge she had learned, but she never brought her a story that interested her. This is the penultimate day before her departure. In the early morning of the next day, at the last moment when she was about to go home, she came to say goodbye to her. She was very reluctant and invited him to go home with Ling and herself. She will introduce him seriously to her mother. This is naturally impossible. There will be a chance to meet in the future. My own words seemed to be inexplicably convincing to Xiao Qiu. She spent a long time trying to convince herself and then made a promise to him. She will definitely come back to him. And at the end, he gave her a shark keychain as a gift. From here on, the dream scene becomes chaotic and disorderly. The airport, looking back when returning to Tokyo, leaning against the airplane window and looking down with reluctance, the little girl sitting alone in the room looking at the moon, the notebook filled with road maps, the father's scolding, the sisters crying, and the sound of the train continued to ring in my ears. There seems to be a long memory behind this. But Sakakihara frowned, his consciousness deviating in chaos and disorder. The sky in the real world has already brightened up, and the winter sun shines slantingly into the house. Sakakihara opened his eyes, as if he had escaped from a long dream. It also has the aroma of green apple, and it feels very soft to the touch, so soft that you can't help but pinch it twice. Wait, the smell of green apple? Only then did Sakakibara realize that he had hugged Xiao Qingyu, whose face had grown many times more mature, and she was in his arms. Her snowy shoulders were exposed, her hair was hanging down, and she looked at herself expressionlessly. Sakakibara subconsciously retracted his right hand. There's also rebound. I said it was an accident, do you believe it?